You guys see the Game Awards? I've got bad news, I'm afraid. We can no longer play Expedition 33. As a firm practitioner of BDS, I refuse to play such an Israeli game. Oh, I'm steaming. We're all steaming. I haven't finished the game even, and I'm steaming. I've been negatively polarized against it. It was so boring. Yeah, it turns out that an award show where one game wins like 3/4 of the relevant categories is actually not that interesting. Can you believe it? Excuse me. Why is it Israeli? I knew Expedition 33 was getting too much glazing at the awards when I went onto Twitter and I saw people posting about Claire Ubsk SS your Expedition 88 sweeping the Mossad Awards or something to that effect. You know, you listen, okay? Listen. Best indie game? Come on. Best art direction? That's insane. Best art direction was insane. I'm not even challenging. I'm not even challenging like the game on its the art direction one makes me like violently ill. That's insane. Exactly. Ba 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 ba. Who should have won art direction? Literally any game other than Unreal 5 slop. Jesus Christ. The art is great, but best art, I don't know. It's not the quality of the art. It's the art direction. That's what the award is for. It's about creative decisions made to depict the game uniquely. It's to make it look unique. That's the point of art direction. That's the whole point of the award. And whatever its achievements, Expedition 33 just looks like an Unreal Engine 5 game. You can immediately identify it as such. It has a wonderful world and aesthetic. It's not about the world design. And the aesthetic is not unique. Come on. There's a million games that have the same art direction as Expedition 33. I'm mad. Something Unreal 5 Mario. Feel a little bad for Geoff. E33 fans are also being really annoying right now to anyone who remotely criticized it. Right now, are you implying they weren't like that before? Me playing Expedition 33? I don't know how I feel about this dialogue. You don't even know the twists. You don't even know the twists at the end of the story. Listen, okay, it's like not interesting right now. But when you play it a second time and you know about the themes at the end. I'm being unfair. But I am having fun with it. Where's the Mario Unreal Engine 5? Where's Mario Unreal Engine 5? Where is that? Where's that video? You know what I'm talking about, don't you? Come on, where is it? Somebody find it. Yeah, Jamie, pull up the Mario Unreal Engine 5 slot, please. Thank you. I don't know this. No, you don't. If you don't know, you don't know. Here? Thank you. Geoff, Kaylee, folks, this next announcement is what I would consider the epicenter of all existence. This moment right here is one that will echo across history as a redefining moment on this earth. Truly, in this moment, on this stage, I am God. The game. Chills. The fuck is this? Dude, this is Expedition 33. You haven't played Expedition 33? It just won 9 awards at the Game Awards. It never gets old. It never gets old. Oh man. Unlike Expedition 33. uh can I be really uncharitable for a second? The fucked up thing about E33 is that every time a game that has a narrative comes out, everyone who's 17 and has only played Call of Duty before hooks onto it, and they're like, holy shit, games can have narratives now? This is the best game ever written. But every time a game with, like, stellar gameplay comes out, it gets latched onto by people who have played every other iteration of the genre before, so they're like, yeah, it's not a perfect game, but I can see how Silksong definitely elevates some elements of the Metroidvania genre. You know what I mean? Like I feel like every time in there, because people were like this with The Last of Us 2, which, or I guess The Last of Us originally, which, like, holy shit, games can have stories now? We need to make a fucking TV show out of this. E33 fans are AOT coded. Dana, that's pretty real. It's not that Attack on Titan is bad. It's just, you know. Well, anyway. You should watch Vinland Saga. I've read all of Vinland Saga. Well, not all of it, but almost all of it. I gotta say, I'm not comfortable with how indie has been redefined to mean literally any game that isn't AAA. You know? What happened to AA studios? We're really giving that shit to E33? I know it was their first project, but is that really indie? They're like a full big company. They're literally, like, not independent, you know? The Silksong is the platonic ideal of an indie game. It's like 5 people in a basement cranking out a game for, you know, a decade. AA is still indie? No, the fuck it's not. What the hell? Indie games used to be like, what happened to Cave Story, Undertale? You know, it's like a guy, 2 guys, 3 guys in a cave with a box of scraps. Now it's, well, it's listen, they're indie because they don't have the budget of Rockstar. Okay. If E33 is indie, then so is Baldur's Gate 3. Seriously. Nobody gives credit to Underrail. Underrail's great. I've played Underrail front to back twice. Listen, those Game Award awards were promised to them 33,000 years ago. That Divinity trailer was crazy. I am so fucking hyped for Divinity. You know, I haven't seen a single trailer from the Game Awards because I haven't seen the Game Awards and I'm just piggybacking on Twitter drama. I haven't seen any of the trailers. Can I watch the Divinity trailer real quick? I'm so hyped. Divinity 2 was really good. Unironically, Divinity better games that Divinity Original Sin 2 is better than Baldur's Gate 3 because you're not shackled to the D&D 5e tabletop rule set, you know? They got to build stuff that actually worked for the you might get struck as very not safe work. Oh, I hope it's not too inappropriate for YouTube. Oh, Okay, do you mean like tits getting played with not safe for work, or is someone to get their whole pussy out? A woman has sex with a lizard. Both? There's sex? They're having an orgy? What's the timestamp? Jesus Christ. Oh, damn, they fucking. They fucking. Yep. Cool. POV, the pussy's good. Not a fan of Ultra Gore. I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 was pretty gory. Right? Divinity Original Sin 2 had better gameplay than BG3, but BG3 was an incredible experience holistically. Listen, all I'll say is that there were 2 moments in Divinity Original Sin that made me cry, and nothing in Baldur's Gate 3 did. Okay? The conclusion of the storylines of the dark-haired elf lady and of the red-haired human lady both made me cry in Original Sin 2, and Baldur's Gate 3 was a little bit too Marvel to hit me like that, you know? Like there were some good scenes for sure, but I feel like they could never really commit because they were getting breath down the back of the neck, you know, from fucking Wizards of the Coast. Have you played Control or Alan Wake 2? I've played Control. Did you see the Total War Warhammer 40k reveal? I'm not doing that shit anymore. What is it? What is it? The 4th one? What is this? Oh, Warhammer 40k Total War. What took them so long?
In the grim darkness of the far future, every soul's survival hangs by a thread.
Show me gameplay. I want gameplay.
Mankind is beset by endless tides of aliens, traitors, and demons. Across countless worlds, battles rage.
Kind of feels like they wanted to move on from Total War Warhammer 3 pretty quickly, huh? Like, that game has not been received as well as Total War Warhammer 2. And, I mean, it makes sense, like, rather than constantly working on a fundamentally flawed premise to jump onto a new one, you know? I'm so fucking tired of Ultramarines, dude. I'm so... Listen, it's not that they're overrepresented. It's that they're the only ones represented. Anytime motherfuckers are sure... You would think that they were like 90% of the goddamn... Like, all Space Marines. And not just one, not just all, like, jerking off on Ultramar or whatever. You genuinely would forget there's other ones if you weren't reminded by the books or whatever.
Lead your armies. Conquer worlds. Fight on as the galaxy
Name one.
burns.
The Salamanders.
For there is no peace amongst the stars. There is only war.
Okay, for me, I have zero interest in this unless they do something to really mix up the mechanics of Total War. Because Total War has always been it's always been like set in fantasy, right? Warhammer or otherwise. You have people with crossbows and you know, bows and arrows and stuff. Canonically, all of the weapons of war in the 40K setting, we're talking like planet cracking, like fire from across the battlefield, you know, a ultramarine should be able to punch through a building. Like the power scaling is way off here, you know? Because in Warhammer Fantasy, most of the big strong dudes are monsters. So you can make them physically larger, right? Like if you want, oh, here's a dragon, right? But now it's like, well, no, there are guys who are human-sized who are just impossibly strong on their own. And I don't know, I want them to tweak the formula, like rebalance it, really commit to it. Don't just stick to the bare principles. Don't can I bring Bagheera in so she doesn't eat all the dry food? She will be annoying. Yeah, go for it. Don't just like repaint everything over, you know? Well, archers are basically like Imperial Guardsmen, so we can just use their basic stat models. They should be able to attack from approximately 3 unit widths away, you know? Like, I don't want it to feel like it's a reskin. You understand what I'm talking about, right? We see Exterminatus in the trailer in the back, and there are multiple plans to fight for. Yeah, but that's all top-level stuff. I don't give a fuck about that, dude. The point of Total War is the battles. I don't care what bullshit you're doing on the overworld map, okay? I want some high-quality alterations to the... And you know what? The whole point of Total War is getting scaled properly, right? No other game series has done this as well. One group of Space Marines should be able to solo like a horde of orcs. Like that should just, it should be balanced that way. I'm going to be so fucking mad if it's like, move your squad of Ultramarines forward. This team of 5 can handle great threats up to and including 10 orcs, you know? Like, I need you to scale this properly, okay? Every squad of fucking guardsmen is worth like 1/100th of a ultramarine. Bagheera, you want the dry food? You want the dry food? Have you considered that you're already fat? And that it's River's time to have the dry food? You have not considered this. You haven't considered a damn thing. Blah, 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 blah. Balancing for gameplay instead of being lore/historically accurate is always so BS. Wait, I don't know what you mean. You can do both. You just have to build the game around the lore of the game. What's the point of doing 40K otherwise? The tabletop, though? What about the tabletop? Watch the end of the trailer, they have gameplay. I know. Me winning the whole campaign with 1 Custodes because of the lore? Sure. Well, okay, 1 Custodes wouldn't win against, like, everything, but yeah, fuck it. Make 1 Custodes obscene. You realize that in Total War Warhammer, the high-level, like, demon lords can solo entire armies, right? We already have the balancing for this. Like, a greater demon of Khorne can already be like, well, I'm just gonna march right into the fucking center of your army. Yeah, so what's your problem? Oblivious Penguin, genuine question. Why are you always trying to get my goat? Why are you always trying to get my goat? Why are you you're always deliberately misinterpreting what I'm saying in an effort to... Oh, you hear Bagheera? Yeah, you hear Bagheera. Oh my god, you're so loud. You're so fat. You want the food so badly. other Space Marine chapters? That looked like shit. I can see why they had the pre-alpha disclaimer. Bagheera, I'm streaming. Anyone hyped for this game has no idea what's happening in Creative Assembly the last 4 years. They're incapable of making this game work, just like none of their previous games do, and I'm sure the gameplay is fake. Well, you sound like a little bit of a hater, but Creative Assembly is definitely like a shit show. My love, can you get Bagheera? Thank you. Next time, just lock her in the bedroom.
In the laundry.
In the laundry room, yeah. Games have been on a bit of a solid run. Darktide and Space Marine. Isn't Darktide ass? Didn't Darktide get flamed for having like really predatory Skinner box modeling or whatever, where it's like, you know, you have to play for 87 hours for a chance at a slight, like an incrementally better. I hate shit like that, man. Darktide is okay now? Well, I don't play multiplayer games anyway, and I'm not playing that shit with bots, so whatever. You gonna finish Expedition 33? You mean Claire Obscura Expedition 88? Maybe. Joseph Anderson watches the Expedition Awards. They got that up quickly. Were there any other noteworthy trailers that I should look at? Half-Life fans were schizo posting all night. Half-Life fans are fucking sad, dude. The industry has moved on. So, dude, being in Valve, like being involved in Valve creative production must be insufferable, because it's like, what do you want from Half-Life anymore? We all live in an era of gaming that was defined by the changes brought about by Half-Life 2. Like, the Half-Life 3 won't be what you want it to be. There's no real... It's been too long. Like, let it die, you know? What the fuck? Lara Croft reboot? Oh, are they not doing the fucking weird one anymore, where it's like the prequel, where Lara Croft is a breathy 18-year-old who gets raped by every guy who comes into contact with her? They gave her tits back.
It's been years.
Oh my god. This game is the same art style as Expedition 33. Maybe it'll win an award when it comes out.
Years. But the events are still etched in my memory. Lost worlds. Frozen in time. New discoveries. Waiting behind every door. Across every chasm.
I think they should have made her tits bigger.
I didn't know that.
But
the path this adventure would send me on.
Wokeness won, I guess.
But it lit a fire
Max Payne?
that still burns.
Here's the attention you ordered.
I need to see more. I need to go further. To uncover the secrets of Atlantis.
They should make a Tomb Raider game where they make her tits the same size they were in the original computer game, and there are some, like, Death Stranding-esque balance mechanics, where, like, you have to straighten up to keep your lower back from hurting, and then sometimes after a jump there's, like, a wobble, and there's, like, an after reverb, you know, to the landing, and you have to control for it. That'd be pretty good.
Some legends are destined to be retold.
This is the remake of Tomb Raider 1, not the reboot. There are going to be 2 Tomb Raider games. 2 Tomb Raider games? Remake of 1. Wait, was the first Tomb Raider a Dinosaur Island with Atlantis? Was it? Didn't I play this on stream? Or did I play 2 and 3? Did I play 1 and 2 or did I play 2 and 3? Did I play this one? I think it was 2. I played 2 of them. This is the other one? So wait, is this one the remake? This one's the remake. And this is her when she's older. This is the new one.
The entire world knows your legend. You survived the Dragon's Triangle. Crossed the threshold to Atlantis. I've heard a dozen tall tales that say you're unstoppable. But I say, all legends must come to an end.
I'm not gripped by this at all.
That's where you're wrong. I'm just getting started.
Too small. This does have more of an Uncharted vibe. 1 second. Arrogantly thought I could have one. Never. Look at my game dog. They're all just movies. Are there any... Okay, were there any trailers at the Game Awards that weren't just movies? What about Control 2? Insane Control sequel? Leave the YouTube titling to me. You can just call it Control 2 trailer. Thank you. Pretty cool game by the Soma people. You mean the Amnesia Dark Descent people, you fucking zoomer. Jesus fucking Christ. New game by the Soma people. Fucking... Oh my god.
Do you feel it? Something is coming.
How it feels to chew 5 gum.
An intrusive pattern.
Atlantis! Tomb Raider reference.
Of staggering power.
Do you guys remember that one short Twitter video? Charlie Kirk counting or not counting gang violence. What Charlie Kirk saw next, and then it was like the pigeon dissolving into the painted background. You know what I'm talking about? What Charlie Kirk saw next?
Of staggering power. Reshaping reality as we know it. Everything we tried to keep inside eventually worms its way out. You must have had good reasons.
I don't fully remember the plot of Control. This is the oldest house, which is the, like, Fed building in New York with no windows. And the premise is that they have, it's like SCP shit. They have something contained here, and it's like some fracture or crack in reality. And their whole job is studying it and keeping it contained, and you, like, deal with an outbreak of it, basically. That's the gist of it. I think there's more, like, weird... Also, doesn't Control take place in the same universe as Alan Wake? That's pretty cool. I should really play Alan Wake. I should. It's not, nothing about the gameplay really gripped me. I don't tend to play games for story reasons, you know?
But we were not prepared. For what would follow.
Did you play Disco Elysium for the dice rolls? I don't play story games because of Disco Elysium, you fucking nitwit. Because after you've played that, it's like, you play Disco Elysium and it's like, wow, most games are terribly written. Most games are written horribly, you know? What? Wait, are we fucking Sam Porter Bridge? Does anyone else feel like we look a little bit like Sam Porter Bridges here? Is this another crossover? Hideo Kojima would. He 100% would. Video game. Gameplay? It's legal to show that? Well, this one's like a must play for me. Because the original Control was excellent. I guess you recommend Control 1? 100%, yeah. Control 1's pretty excellent. Did I cry at a point? Is there a point in Control that would make you cry? I'm trying to think. Did I cry while playing Control? Was there a point where I did? Maybe I'm thinking of a different game. Not really. Maybe I'm thinking of a different game. What else was linked here? What's Ontos?
Please! Over here! Come, talk to me first! I can explain what's going on!
What is existence, really?
Oh, I wonder if there's going to be, like, philosophy and themes and a recontextualization of the player's relationship to the game. Just put the looter-shooter mechanics in the bag, you fucking hacks.
Surely a question without an answer. Your father thought he knew, and it inspired him to grant wishes.
Who's there? Nightmare. Yes!
That's why all of us are here. You want to understand, to know. Then you have to step beyond the walls around you. Play your father's game. Push the very limits. Until you're reality itself. Breaks.
They stepped the horror up, huh? Yeah, this is actually the studio's first foray into the horror genre. That like obvious huge BioShock vibes off of this one, right? Like everything from the lighting to the you know, here's our like cool dystopian futuristic city. Look at this, you know, like weird Art Deco Zerist aesthetic, while obviously evil man with a high opinion of himself but narrates the, you know, you should give Divinity a look too. I did, but it was just like, it was just, they were all fucking, which was cool. Look, I'm already a huge fan of the Divinity series. Well, of Divinity 2. I'm such a poser. I haven't played Divinity 1, but I loved Divinity 2. Played through it multiple times. Big, big, big fan. Big fan. Nope. You can prop the door up a little bit more confidently than that. The camera does not even come close to capturing you over there. We discovered offline that my partner is actually so beautiful that it short circuits the camera's chip, so we have to make sure that not even like a fingertip gets in frame. You mean at Original Sin 2? I mean Original Sin 2, sorry.
Breaks.
This for me is a must play. Just anything from this team, from Frictional. What are you doing, River? These damn cats, man. So like Psychonauts, BioShock. You know what game doesn't get enough attention? Psychonauts 2. That shit was really good. It came out. I played it on Steam or on stream. Sorry, I guess both. It was really good. People don't really talk about it. Kind of sucks. It was like really, like, it was like a perfect sequel. It came out like 12 years later. It felt like it came out 12 days after. I mean, it was like a perfect follow through. Too many video games. Too many games with that classic Expedition 33 art style. Not this one though. Cute.
Mission をやり遂げないとみんなのために。
わかった。
Literal Studio Ghibli art style. It's great. Me when I've never seen a single anime from the 1980s. It's okay. It's not illegal to be young.
Yay.
Yay. Hold on. I want that again.
Yay.
Yay. Yay. Yay. Yay.
お楽しみに。
Very good. Oh god, it's a Switch exclusive. It's so over. Doesn't everyone have a Switch? Get over yourself. You always have to have the modern Nintendo console because all the PlayStation and Xbox games are going to be ported to PC anyway. Not a Switch 2? Well, I don't either, but we'll all have one eventually. I make $400 a month. I don't even have a console. How the fuck do you make $400 a month? You have to get off. You have to get out of chat. You have to go out there and panhandle or something. Jesus Christ. I live in Eastern Europe. I'm sorry. Does Vosh like video games anymore? Despite the best efforts of the Game Awards, yes. Any other trailers that I should see from the Game Awards? Anything else that got you guys hyped up? Or that you thought was slop, I guess, that you want me to make fun of? If you like Devil May Cry stuff, try this game trailer. I've never played a Devil May Cry game. Stupid Never Dies. Holy shit. This would have gone crazy with the girls in my high school back in, like, 2009. Look at that art style. What do they call it? Expedition 33 Core? I'm sorry, I'll stop. I'm not stopping. Dude, what is this? Lollipop Chainsaw? This is so, like, when I was in high school. Yeah, 2008 coded. Holy shit. Am I getting old? Is it time? Are we finally getting like the nostalgia cycle back around to the early 2000s? Oh my god. Well, that's probably copyright because that sounds like licensed music. Holy shit. That's crazy. Look at this. This is like nostalgia for me. Dude, this is what it was like being a teenager back in like 2009. This is exactly what it was like. It looks so bad. Yeah, what you're reacting negatively to here is the sincerity, okay? Nowadays, kids would call this cringe. But back in the day, you know, the guy who wore the you know, rar means I love you in dinosaur t-shirt to the function, that was the guy getting the pussy. Too cringe to live. Back then it was so cringe you had to live, you know? The guy with the mustache shirt? Nope, that was after. Yeah, those were the alpha males back then, you know? The 110-pound, 6-foot-tall, soaking wet guys wearing a short-sleeve t-shirt over a long-sleeve t-shirt who would run up to girls and say, I'm glumping you. Those were the guys, they were in it back then, you know? They were swimming in it. Irony wasn't a thing back then. At least not the way we have it. Not the way we have it now. What's this game even about? Beating up zombies while being a zombie? I don't know. I might play it. Seems cool. Wish I could play the audio, but again, I'm pretty sure that music is copyright. Okay, immediate horrendous vibes from this thumbnail. Immediate Korean vibes. Is this game Korean?
On Earth?
Of course I have. Got a house with a view and everything.
Capcom? Okay.
You just gonna stay here when this is all done? What do you want?
Oh no. Okay, really quick. We need to evolve past this style, okay? Look, Warframe did it good. We don't all have to do it, all right? Not every, like, armor techno suit needs to be this hyper greebled, super duper like impossible to draw. Just the 3D artists are just throwing polygons at the thing. Commit to a fucking style, okay? Have it look distinct. Have it be recognizable. What happened to silhouette language, dude? What happened to, like, you know, a character design is good when you can recognize it by its silhouette? Why, like, this? It's all like blobcore. No, at least Master Chief is a pretty recognized. You could draw Master Chief's armor. You could draw the Spartan armor pretty easily, pretty identifiably. Could you draw this and have people recognize it? This game could get 9 Game of the Year awards, and I still bet you if you went to Twitter with like a sketch of this guy's suit of armor, no one would recognize it. Best art direction. You can really see the E33 inspiration.
Man, need us again. I can't do anything.
I really don't like how she looks. I get she's supposed to be like a robot girl, but I wish they didn't make her look the way that Twitter users would draw her.
Here is a violation of Cradle Security Protocol.
So wait, is this like Death Stranding? Are you like you're carrying the package and the package is this girl? It's crazy how this was almost all gameplay and I still know nothing about it. There was a trailer like a month ago and Twitter users were just posting her feet. It's all just pedo bait. Okay. I hate modernity. Oh shit, do we have the pre-order armor? Yes! That's how you know this shit's gonna be good. When if you buy it early, you get to make the 6-year-old robot girl with bare feet do dances. Oh, look, you can dress her up in kitty ears. Yeah, that's okay. Look, I don't know. Maybe the game is gonna be good, but I'm just that's new RE9 trailer? Link that shit.
And now for something completely unexpected. More Resident Evil? Listen, you don't get to talk shit about Resident Evil while they keep posting bangers. They keep doing remakes. Yeah, and they're fucking good. RE2, RE3, RE4, RE7, RE8. They've been posting straight diamonds every time. They've been tossing gems at you. You know? Like, it's all stupid, but it's all pretty good. What happened to RE5 and RE6? Don't worry about it. So wait, what's happening? Actually, hold on. We're talking about Resident Evil right now. Does this not look a lot like the post-processing effects they used in Resident Evil Village? Like, this reminds me of the area outside. It's not the same, like, biome, but the effects look a lot to me like what they were cooking with there. I actually think that looks pretty nice. You know what? You know what is selling this to me right here? The lack of bloom. Maybe it would be fucked up if you turned around and you could see the sun and the bloom would fuck everything up. I really, really like how everything looks washed out here. They try so many Unreal Engine games, 4 or 5, do this thing where they're like, this area is like all washed out and gray and dismal and depressing, and then there's one light source and it goes and the bloom just fucking roasts your retinas, you know? This is Forest 3, not Resident Evil. I didn't say this was Resident Evil. I said it reminds me of the post-processing effects that I remember from RE8 in the area outside the village. Do you keep motion blur on or off? Motion blur should not exist for video games. That shit just doesn't work for video games. I know everyone wants to make their video game look like a movie. I'm okay with a lot of post-processing effects. There are plenty of effects that I'll defend. I will not defend motion blur. Like, motion blur just does not... Maybe if the effect is really minimal, like incredibly minimal. I don't know. I feel like the motion blur is just a way for studios to get away with disguising all of their ugly artifacts and texture pop-ins when you quickly turn the screen around. They're like, no, don't have a crisp frame you can screenshot if you whip your camera around 180 degrees in 0.2 seconds, you know? Oh, there's the bloom. Yeah, the more you look towards the light, it's like, no, you can make a whole scene dark. You can commit... There, see, there we go. That looks nice. That looks nice. Is this a fat ass? Am I goon-brained? Does this... I think it is. Is this a strange zombie plant lady with a big ripe dumpy? Your goon-brained? I'm pretty sure that's exactly what this is, but with half a torso. I was right. Looking good, lady. You know, mostly. What the fuck happens in Forest 2?
Are you familiar with The Forest? I played The Forest 1. What the fuck happens in The Forest 2? I thought The Forest 1, there's like a few mutants and mostly just some cannibals. What the fuck happens in Forest 2? I heard it's bad. Well, I didn't play it. What is this? Kung Fu Panda?
I love the new game. Okay, sunshine, check. Back, check. Time for a new platforming adventure. What? My village was gone. All I wanted was to go back home.
This music is very impressive.
Badger born.
What?
Tried exploring. Did some jumping around. You know, the classics. It's what I do.
What the fuck is going on? This looks like a joke game.
Strange and weirdly unfinished. And that's when I found it. And everything changed. Literally. Oh yeah! Make your own platform game, baby! Now we're talking!
Okay, insufferable dialogue, but this does look cute. They marveled the goddamn dialogue. Clearly written by the Borderlands people. Jack Black MC? Well, that's because I said Kung Fu Panda. You took that from me.
I had a new grasp on things. I learned tricks that blew my mind. I really transformed myself. This thing is amazing! Made a bunch of new friends. Picked up new wheels. Figured out how to think big and small. I had it all. And then the code broke down.
I feel like they're showing a lot of this game. They're providing me a lot of information.
That's when I found you.
Okay, this could either be really bad or pretty good. But it could be really bad. That's cute, though. It looks cute. It looks pretty polished, actually. You know what I love to see? When you have these cutesy little mechanics, but it already looks like they're not just testing implementation or whatever.
Oh yeah!
That looked pretty solid. You know what I mean? So often when you see these mechanics in like the, you know, half gameplay, half cinematic trailers, it still kind of looks like they're shuffling everything together. It looks like a lot of the stuff they've been working on for a while. That's pretty cool. Hold on, we have to see the Resident Evil trailer. I've seen emo Leon Kennedy, you know. Not to sound redundant. Listen, okay, Capcom had to make the pedophile robot game so that they could make this, all right? Pedophile has Capcom has a wide range of... They have a lot of employees, all right? And to get the highest quality RE9 production, they had to separate the wheat from the chaff, you know? Market forces. They have to maintain the balance. It's equivalent exchange, okay? The alchemical recipe that produces high-quality Resident Evil 9. Also, there's a byproduct.
Hello?
It hasn't been easy. But after much effort, here we finally are.
That's Resident Evil dialogue right there.
I know now that that you're the one that I've been searching for. The special one. The chosen one. Miss Ashcroft.
How is the chosen one not Ethan's daughter? She's the most chosen
Talk
one.
to me. Is this one like the others? And it's not post-mortem lividity. Hey, I just got a report of a missing police officer. It might be unrelated, but he disappeared near where the 5th body was found.
Okay, listen, we really need, like, the Resident Evil series needs to start reckoning with the scale of its own premise, okay? We've gone down to the very beginning, okay? We've discovered the progenitor virus that has been worked on by Umbrella and all these other groups to create undeath and mutation and all this stuff. Like, we have didn't they, like, fucking nuked the village at the end of RE8, you know? At this point, world government should be warring over control over this virus. This is not like a infection breaking out in a small town, you know what I mean? This is scaled up to a very large extent. You know, everyone should be aware of this at this point. You know, people should be talking about it on Resident Evil YouTube.
Through you.
Yeah, it's like trying to keep the Manhattan Project secret after you bomb Japan.
Set free.
The team has settled on a person of interest. Someone with ties to Umbrella. Victor Gideon.
Grace! Grace!
Victor purchased a building after Umbrella went under. I'll send you the address.
Like, shouldn't the government have killed him? Shouldn't the U.S. government have been like, we just need to extrajudicially assassinate everyone who's ever been involved in Umbrella on any level? Like, at this point, you'd think that there would be, like, top secret FBI programs where they would just be going door to door, disappearing people, you know? I don't know. I just feel like the scale, we need to up the scale. You can't all be... The reason Resident Evil 7 worked was because you were detached from all that, right? Like, as Ethan, you weren't a police officer or a government operative or whatever. You just stumbled into something that ended up involving you, you know? Like, you were disconnected from everything. But now, I mean...
Welcome. Dr. Gideon has been expecting you.
Yeah!
You there, Leon?
Yeah.
The most competent man in the entire RE universe.
Hey, over here. FBI, what are you doing here?
Would you like to see what's hidden under the hood?
Is this actually Ethan's daughter?
Stupid.
Me? Never.
No? Don't you think that'd be a pretty funny game premise, though, if you play as Leon and you're protecting Ashley again, except Ashley is the most dangerous and powerful person on Earth, you know? So she's like, Leon! And then you get hit, and she's like, ah! And obliterates an apartment block in a cone shape. Yeah, Rose Winters, thank you. I blacked on her name. Ashcroft is a Code Veronica callback. Okay, where's Rose Winters, man? She's like a demigod. Isn't she like the personification and embodiment of the virus, but given human form? Like she's a human with the heart of the she's like fucking Denji Chainsaw Man. She's like 6. We don't know what time it is in this game. Didn't they have a after credits scene in RE8 where she's older?
I think I want a second opinion.
It's gonna be good.
We're getting the roundhouse kicks back. We're getting the roundhouse kicks back. That was the mold. Wouldn't it be funny if there was like a cutscene in this game where Leon gets his hand chopped off and it actually is a big deal because he's not a fucking mold virus like Ethan? He's like, well, fuck! Somebody else is like, couldn't you just stick it back on? We're all doing it here. Does that do it? Is that all the interesting trailer? Is anyone else? Well, we're on a roll. We're only an hour into stream, you know. I was gonna go late anyway. You know, you might as well pitch the rest of them me. Any other trailers? Ace Combat. I don't know anything about Ace Combat, so I feel like if I comment on it, people are going to be mean to me because I'm going to say this looks boring, and you guys are going to say that's the point. It's supposed to be boring. Mega Man? Well, then link it.
I trust you'll be able to rid us of this crucible.
I haven't played any of the Neo games.
Who traverses time.
Ooh, well, hold on. Hold on, Neo, are you capitalizing on a missing element in Elden Ring that was present in Dark Souls 1 and 2, which is the boss fight where the top half of the boss is a naked lady? Because I agree, that was sorely missing. Well, I guess actually in Shadow of the Erdtree, you fight against that, that avatar of the rot. She was like a scorpion butterfly with the top half of a naked lady.
None shall interfere with my course! Become a spirit stone!
Also, am I stupid, or is this... does this look Chinese? I know it's not. Neo's in Japan, right? Doesn't a lot of this look Chinese? Am I totally off? Does he go... Is it Neo goes to China? I thought the exact same... Okay, it wasn't just me. It's 10% Chinese? Okay, that's cool. Yes, you are off. Fuck you. I mean, that's cool. It's literally just like... It's just gameplay. Cross-sworn. Women love a fella in a Plague Doctor mask. This is rough because this could be really good, and it could be really good and still be a letdown because it has such big shoes to fill. That's the fucked up thing about the indie genre. Well, I guess it's not just the indie genre, but like, man, Silksong has left like a fucking crater, you know? There are some big ass clown shoes to fill. I wanted to succeed because I don't think, because for me it's a two bad bitches thing, right? I'm just saying that in commercially you are competing with like genre stuff. Choose 3 game. It's going to need a gimmick, or it's going to need like a unique premise, you know? The crazy thing is that Hollow Knight and Silksong both really kind of didn't have one. They succeed by, like, their gimmick is being incredibly good. That's their gimmick is just being phenomenal, you know? I wonder if there's going to be some like mechanical trick that doesn't,
You're biased? Yeah, of course I am. But like that is the gimmick, right? If you want to succeed when you're in the shadow of giants, you need to have something that distinguishes yourself. You know, you need like something that makes it feel different or feel bad. Like Silksong mechanically plays different from Hollow Knight, but like the groove is the same in both cases, and the thing that distinguishes both of them is just their exceptionality, right? When if you were told to sell Silksong or Hollow Knight when describing it, you wouldn't say, okay, get this. It's a Metroidvania, but here's the twist. There is no twist. The twist is that it's really good. That would be your selling point. You'd be like, listen, okay, it's a Metroidvania. It's the Metroidvania. It's really fucking good. You have to play it. You wouldn't try to sell it on a gimmick because that would, you know, it would undersell it, right? You would be doing that to the detriment of the real selling point. So yeah, I wonder. That looks really nice. I want to I'll probably wishlist that. Hey, by the way, we've been at this for a while. Is everybody in YouTube chat seething that we're looking at game trailers right now? Okay, listen, this is also politics. We're gonna do the politics too, okay? But this is very important. Star Wars, please. I have like 20 tabs opened up. Okay, hold on. I don't know if I'm going to care about this. Knights of the Old Republic 1 was great, of course, but it's also very dated. Have you gone back and tried to play it recently? Unless you're specifically, like, you're nostalgic for it, or you're okay with playing older games, there are a lot of elements that haven't aged super well. I could see it modernizing really, really well, like if they wanted to build it out and make it good for today. It is a bit of a menu game, for sure. I just don't, I'm not a big Star Wars guy personally, but also I wonder, like, is that a style of game people still want to play? Where you have a party, and then you're running around in real time, and then an encounter starts, and you pause, and then you queue up everyone's actions in the menu? Because for me, that works well in Baldur's Gate, where it's turn-based. But when you're doing like a step-by-step of real time, to me, sometimes that gets really fucky. It's called a CRPG. It's a whole genre. Wow, really? Oh, thank you. I hadn't heard of that before. Mechanically, there's a huge difference between a CRPG that has turn-based combat encounters and a CRPG that just allows you to pause in real-time encounters. And for me, the latter part, like the pause real-time encounters, that can get really, yeah, confused mechanically sometimes. Not always, but sometimes when I'm playing that, it just feels really fiddly. Like, okay, everyone queue up your default behavior. Yeah, I don't know. There's something about it sometimes. It just doesn't... KOTOR did it pretty well, but it's also 50,000 years old, so I don't know. Expedition 33 is super popular. Expedition 33 is turn-based. So is KOTOR? No, it's not. Knights of the Old Republic is pause real-time, isn't it? Wait, am I completely misremembering? In Knights of the Old Republic, when you get into a counter, isn't it real time, but you pause? Like, there are turns in the sense that people's actions queue because they're delayed, but it plays out in real time. There aren't distinct turns that pause, make an action, pause, make an action, pause, like that, you know? Real time with pause, yeah. KOTOR is a turn-based game they just execute in real time. Well, it's fine. It's fine. Ooh, what's this?
Of companion characters. Enjoy.
You can pause, but you don't have to. But if you don't pause while playing KOTOR, your ass is toast. I mean, it's, again, my biases here are probably because it's balanced like an old game, but old games are fucking bullshit, right? Like, old games are, get into an encounter, you have no idea how strong your enemies are, you queue up your 3 best attacks, see they do nothing to the enemy pulls out a grenade, throws it, you lose your entire party. Like, it's the experience, I don't know how much of it is the way the game is designed and how much of it is the way the game is balanced, if that makes any sense. Chicken jockey. Cool game. Actually really cool. I really like I like how sharp the contrast is in the nighttime between the shaded grass and the moonlit grass. Look at how nice that looks. Like everything is dark, but you still get this really clean line right here. That looks really good. I have played games before just because I was impressed by the lighting engine. You know, sometimes that's all it takes to really give it that pop, you know? Great art direction. Yeah, it's very Expedition 33 like. Friend? Okay, friend, good.
Come on.
Hey, this looks really good. I wouldn't say the art direction is quite as unique as Expedition 33's, but I do really like where they're going with this. I love visible wind lines. Love that shit. Zelda, eat your heart out. She's Baba Yaga. Are you Baba Yaga? I feel like this could be a cutesy Baba Yaga. No! No! Be friends. Make up. She has the crow feet. Oh, does she? I didn't see. She has the chicken feet. Okay, cool. You're Baba Yaga. Hey, Radical Dino, you would appreciate this. Best Legendary Lord, IMO. Total War Warhammer 3 Kislev, the Baba Yaga woman. Loved that campaign. That was really good. Baba Yaga would be more powerful than this. Maybe she's been disempowered. Maybe she has amnesia. You don't know. This is very cute. Can I play it on the Switch? I'm pretty sure it's illegal to have games with this art style that aren't on the Nintendo hardware of the time. No way some motherfucker is making a game look like this and then not porting it to the Switch. That'd be crazy. You'd be leaving out so much of your potential market cap, you know? Mega Man. What was that Mega Man fan game that was crowdfunded, but it fell through and everyone really hated it? Was it Mighty Number 9? Is that what I'm thinking of? I never played that. Also, right off the bat, the thumbnail for this looks to me like the Unreal Engine 5 Mario. Where do we have that? Yes. I just the thumbnail right here is not winning me, but we'll see. We'll see. That's not fair. That's not fair. When Jeff was announcing this, everyone thought it was Half-Life 3. Was there like a carbon monoxide leak in the Game Awards studio audience hall? What?
No way, not even the same art style. Yeah, this is much more like Expedition 33's. Oh no, I can I can hear the Unreal Engine 5 Mario music blasting in my head. Oh no. Okay, play the game. Please stop saying that. I can't. Immediate impression is super negative. Are there any innovations on the old gameplay? Because if you're just gonna make another Mega Man game, why make it 3D and thus uglier? Look at the animations on his movement. Look at how unreadable his position is. Like color, contrast, the depth of field. You know, it just looks worse than the 2D Mega Man games. If it's gonna play exactly like the 2D Mega Man games, you should make them look like the 2D Mega Man games. Because this doesn't look better. It looks worse. Or if you're gonna make it 3D, you have to do something with it, you know? Mega Man 11 was 3D too? Yeah, and I didn't play that shit. Yeah, I'm not interested in this. There are literally over a dozen very good Mega Man games that you can play if you want to, and I bet a lot of you haven't played them. I bet almost everyone watching has not played more than one or two of them, you know? You can just go back and play them. They will play identically to this, but they will look better. Sorry, listen, if you are making art, it has to have a reason to exist, right? You're making a statement, you're putting something out there to the world, otherwise you're just serving up another fucking McDouble, you know? I want to feel like there was an intent, an artistic intent, you know? What is this? Cool, another strange robot man and weird, uncanny, like doll-esque girl. My favorite.
My name is Deadman.
Okay. Hold on, immediate Suda 5-1 vibes. Is this Suda 5-1? It is? I'm so smart! That took half a second. That Grasshopper is Suda 5-1? Okay, well, I didn't know that. To be fair, though, like, it's a pretty easy giveaway right off the... Not this, for me, for a guy like me.
My name is Deadman.
Right there, you know?
What is your name?
Julia.
Holy shit! That facial, that mocap.
What is your name?
Julia.
Oh my god.
What is your name?
Julia.
You and I are the destroying it?
I think my consciousness is making me do it.
You're still waiting?
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on?
Dead man?
I have to sign some documents.
Am I supposed to understand what you're talking about?
Look at the time. I'll be waiting over there.
I don't even know what's happening. Listen, he's an auteur game developer, okay?
I finally found you.
He's double A Hideo Kojima, with less self-awareness, but more energy. More camp, somehow. Is this art enough for you? I mean, yeah, if I'm gonna, you know, engage with a piece of media, I'd like to believe that it was made by human beings and not turned out of a factory. Fuck yeah. I love shit like this. I have no idea what the fuck is going on over here, but... Wait, it's the Lollipop Chainsaw guy? Yeah, Lollipop Chainsaw. The guy with the laser katana. Dead Dreams Never Die. No More Heroes, thank you. Killer 7. No, wasn't Killer 7 a different... Oh, no, it was Killer 7. See, the problem is that I don't think he's ever made anything as good as Killer 7. Like, everything he's made since Killer 7 has been worse than Killer 7. So I kind of... You know, I hope he's able to bring it back up a little bit, you know? Finally, Ace Combat. We got to the Ace Combat tab. This is not going to be my thing, so I'm not going to, like, rag on it too much or whatever. It's just a simulation game, right? Basically.
Take a look. What a sight to behold. Whew. That's all over. The last lands of the FCU.
Okay.
The Federation of Central Asia.
First of all, thank you for joining us on this ship.
Hello there, my dear newcomer. You are very lucky, you know.
Yes, we are critically undermanned on this ship.
What the fuck is going on?
Don't worry at all. The man in front is Jan Rexco, the Wings of Thief. You're riding shotgun with the legendary Ace of Aces.
He's a mass delusion fabricated by the rumor mill of social media.
Radar contact. We think it's the shadows.
Our lone target is Wings.
All dogs fire. Time to pull out, 22.
Okay.
God damn it.
I thought this was World War II setting. Who the fuck is the enemy in Ace Combat, like the series? What nation are we fighting? Pirates? Okay.
Start swimming, soldier. Make it home alive.
It's fictional countries? Okay, okay.
Just keep at it, Rex.
Ray, heads up!
On your orders, Rex.
To keep hope alive, Wings of Thief must stay on the mission. Must fly on.
I can make up your kill count to be whatever.
Right. From now on, you'll be the greatest ace pilot this war will ever know.
See, I was I thought this was like a World War II simulation game. Like, the whole point is that there's 50,000 buttons and keybinds and everything for the operation of a plane. And, like, maybe you get to shoot down another plane from 1.7 kilometers away. I was way off. Well, shit, cool. I mean, cool. This is more interesting to me than that. I still probably won't play it. Hello, River. High Guard. Oh, okay. This is the one trailer that I did see, and I saw it because people were posting it on Twitter being like, this is what they closed the Game Awards show with, you know? All that bullshit with Expedition 33, and the last game was a fucking free-to-play 5v5 PvP online competitive multiplayer game. You know, look at this horse shit. Made by the Titanfall people.
Into lands uncharted and dangers untold. I venture without fear and ride without rest. For coin or for cause, I fight to the end.
You think the servers are going to make it 6 months before they get shut down?
Here we go. Bring in the heat.
Light belongs to me.
It's so fucking cynical, man. It's insanely cynical. Hey guys, here's our hot evil lady character. We framed this shot. No information given in this shot other than look at her pout. You know? Make sure to draw fan art of her. Everyone post screenshots of her and say I could fix her.
Moving in for the attack.
Shield breaker forming. Blade out.
What's the point of this? The sad thing is that the Titanfall 2, well, the Titanfall
1 and 2. Devs are on this, and they're good people, you know, which makes me think that they're being lassoed by corporate executives who are essentially saying, yeah, we'll give you money for another project as long as what we think is the safest possible bet. Yeah, you can make like a AAA game for sure. Yeah, just like, let's see what the kids are into these days, you know? And that's, yeah, they've been forced into this because of that. Aren't they owned by EA? Well, there you fucking go, right? Hero shooters were a big thing 5 years ago, so it seems like exactly the kind of thing EA would pressure their developers into. No, this is self-directed and self-published by a brand new studio. Wait, is that true? Not EA? Oh, okay, I'm completely off then. Yes, they left? They were banished to the hero... Okay, hold on. I'm getting mixed messages from chat. I've heard different things on this. What is this? Hold on. It should say in the fucking description. IGN, da-da-da. From the creators of Apex Legends and Titanfall, da-da-da. Publisher? Publisher? Developer? Publisher, developer? I think we know who's going to win Indie Game of the Year 2026!
Coming in.
Wow.
The enemy is off gate.
I'm coming for you.
Who is this game for? The weird thing is that like the market is already way oversaturated. Right now in this exact field, right? We have Deadlock, which is kind of relatively niche, I think. You've got the Marvel Rivals, which is surprisingly popular. You still have Overwatch 2, somehow. Isn't there another one? Another big one? Valorant. Yeah, Valorant kind of... Apex? Isn't Apex Legends a fucking... Battle Royale? Or am I mixing this up in my head? Yeah, it's a Battle Royale. Concord? Well, Concord's dead. I don't know.
The coming storm.
This looks like ass, man. Like this would have come across as underwhelming any time after the release of the original Overwatch. At least Overwatch looked visually distinct, unique, and readable. Like, at least it was interesting to look at. I mean, now it doesn't feel that way because we've all been... We all live in a post-Overwatch world where, you know, everyone's seen the SFMs or whatever. But back in the day, it was pretty novel.
I am a warden, and this is my oath.
No personality. I don't know. I don't get it. Ending on this was pretty funny. Look at the dislikes, dude. Look at the like to dislike. That's crazy. Nobody was happy with this. I think we're getting near the end of the tabs I have open. Decrepit. Wait. Did they play the full Divinity trailer at the Game Awards with the fucking and everything? They had that? Was Geoff just standing there like awkwardly, shoulders hunched together while the lady was getting nodded by the lizard? Yes, it was so hype. That's cool. They even had people fucking on stage. Larian Studios sent over their hottest employees to assist in the vibes. Lizards don't have knots, they have 2 dicks. I'm sorry, I'll consult the archives before I speak again. So wait, what am I looking at? Hold on. That looks sick. I hope this is an in-game effect. The what do you call it? Is it subsurface scattering or whatever it is when a thing can cast light on itself? You know? That looks really, really, really good. If it holds the light and every time it swings, you see like a flash as it's illuminated from a bunch of different angles. That looks pretty cool. Wow, another sword first-person jangy swinger dodger. Actually, the funny thing is, like, this is actually a super rare genre these days. Like, the Kingfield-inspired first-person dungeon crawler with melee focus on mechanics. That's like, how many games do that? You know? There are a couple of them, like sword and magic type stuff. Obviously, Lunacid came out recently, and that was great. Yes, I've played Lunacid. Elder Scrolls? No. Totally different vibe. Totally different vibe. In the Elder Scrolls games, you go into a cave and you're like, open box, loot, open box, loot. You've got your bow and arrow, your magic, whatever. The Kingsfield games had a very different vibe to them. It's not just first person and you're in a cave. It's a dungeon crawl. You are in it. If anything, I mean, it makes sense because Kingfield was made by FromSoft, but it's more of a Souls-like, really, in the sense that you're in this big interconnected world that you're exploring, you know? Totally different feel to exploring caves in Skyrim or whatever else, you know? Legend of Grimrock is all I think of. Yeah, and even that, Legend of Grimrock is a tile-based movement system it's mostly about puzzles, too. It's not really... Yeah. Rare genre. You should play Fly Night. Already have. I'm on my shit, man. You think cause I'm up here with the politics, that's my whole world? Fly Night is very good. Yeah. The main thing for me is that if it's really good, if it really truly feels like a first-person melee game, then encountering an enemy that is 1 foot taller than you should be actually scary. You know what I mean? If you're really in the zone, and it's really centered around the mechanics of fighting in melee, and you enter a dark cave, and there's a 7'6" guy with a sword, you should be like, fuck! Fuck! His reach! I won't be able to dodge. Looks pretty good. I hope it is good. Looks pretty cool. Okay, we saw Chicken in the Foot. Animal Farm? What the fuck is this? This is a movie. Who linked this? I'm just clicking on links. Chickenfoot and Out of Words. This is the last one I've got, unless there's something else you guys want to pitch my way. Cute.
You? What were your names again? Well, I can't call you and
this, you have to say what the game is, you fucking idiot. You can't just give the link.
Names.
How will I know if I've seen it before?
Name or namey? Yes, Naomi! And you, Bag Boy. Yes, children, I have a feeling. It's a feeling of destiny. Follow me, Naomi and Bag Boy. Destiny awaits!
Ooh. I love the E33 art style. Yeah, me too. can really see where they got their inspiration from. Well, I didn't learn anything about the game, but that's cool. Order of the Sinking Star World.
It's a project that has been 10 years in the making.
Let us begin. Template for Combiner. North. A world of heroes.
Can you charm that
Yo, Jonathan Blow? I missed that. I was looking at chat. Blow? It's the Blowster?
It's too far.
I'll swap him out.
East. The Mirror Isles.
What the fuck am I looking at?
Repair my soul? Will I pass the test?
West. Endless caverns, beams of light.
Nobody else could get this old mine suit working, so all the rewards go to me.
Skipping
Okay,
stones to lonely.
immediate impression. I can't speak in the game itself. I feel like this is a bad trailer. I don't think the trailer is giving me a good understanding of this game. It's just kind of showing stuff to me, you know?
Homes.
I'm close to the treasure. Just a few more minutes.
If you don't get back before that storm hits, we're both dead.
Fuse and grow. We will it so.
Who are you? And what are these? Beams. They're very useful. Watch this.
Can you push a stone back across the water?
That's water?
Yeah, why are you showing the mechanics of the my screen's covering it, I guess it doesn't really matter. Druid remotely transmutes via beams? Yeah, I have no idea why the trailer is like this. Mirror reorients
when
dragon.
When the portal appeared and I stepped into this overworld, I had never imagined such a device that could fuse realities. Not just mashing together terrains, it weaves the very laws of nature into a composite whole. The result surprises me constantly. But who has done all this? And what do they want with me?
Oh yeah, this trailer is ass. I have no idea how to feel about the game. I don't like puzzle games myself. I don't enjoy them. But I feel like the problem here is the trailer. Like they had to whip it together real quick, you know?
The world.
I don't like them because I'm stupid. My mom edited the trailer. What the fuck? Well, this is uncomfortable.
Motherfucker!
Okay.
Shinji-song, yeah? Time to settle up. Hey, Daiki. When'd you make it back?
I've never played a single Yakuza game. I've always...
Excuse me, sir. Shut your mouth.
I've always been interested, but I've always kind of felt like I would get bored with all the side quest stuff. Like, because that's the point of the game. It's supposed to be this big, you know, involved sandbox where you do all the little fun things and all the characters have their moments and, you know, there's cool stuff like that. It's just not really my thing, I guess. But I like it in concept from a distance. Yakuza 0 is all you need, baby. That's what I've heard. I've heard that if you're gonna jump in on anything, Yakuza 0 is the place to go.
Right? Talk soon. On your feet, now!
This is not Yakuza, but it's from the OG creator. This isn't Yakuza? Okay, sure. It sure looks like those are Yakuza to me. Yeah, that looks like Yakuza to me, you know, spiritually. Pretty sure they were speaking Chinese earlier. Okay, Triad. Is that what you want? Looks like Triad to me. Jesus Christ. Okay. I will say, I feel like normally in a game like this, we play as like kind of a wiry, sprightly guy. I do like the idea of a Yakuza game where you play as the like the tank bruiser who you fight before the boss of the enemy gang. You know what I mean? It's like, what's your superpower? Well, I'm 5'6" and I deadlift 800 pounds. So I cannot. My center of mass is 4 inches from the ground. I cannot be moved. Sick. He's a famous Korean actor, so who knows? Okay, so is it Korea, Japan, or China? This isn't Korean text. I know that much because Korean text has the dots. It's in Asia? Okay, it's in Asia. Gotcha. That was absolutely set in Japan. How fucking stupid would you guys feel if it was in Singapore? I don't know. Oh, it's actually set in Los Angeles. That's crazy. I see Japanese text. I don't see it. Hey, this is the last one. Warlock, Dungeons & Dragons World Premiere Trailer.
And thank you, Jeff, co-studio. Let's take
All of this magic, this pact we have forged.
Copyright song? Fuck yeah, they're playing Tool. God damn it.
What is the cost?
Okay, there's a flower and there's magic and the thing is called Warlock, so we're doing Warlockery. What are we up to? Warlocks play really weird in D&D 5e. You ever played a Warlock, right? You've got Purecaster. Wizard can learn every spell, but they're nerds. Sorcerers can only learn a few, but they can learn them real good. You know, clerics do cleric shit, whatever. But then warlocks are, like, not great. Warlocks have really good cantrips, but they only have a couple of spells. And they have some, like, mixed utility benefits that you only get from them with regards to, like, languages. And, yeah, they're all eldritch blasting everywhere. I feel like warlocks are in a weird place, and they should... When they roll out D&D 1 for real, hopefully they update the class a little bit, because I feel like they should be a little bit more... tied to their oath, like the way paladins are. Not their oath, their bond. You know what I mean. Warlocks aren't casters, they're a guy with a gun. Well, you know. They're an interesting class. I don't think they're underpowered. I just think that sometimes it does kind of feel like they just Eldritch Blast, Eldritch Blast, Eldritch Blast. Wizards should be better, but they're not. Fuck you. Wizards should be better. I'm not really getting much of the gameplay here. What's the genre? Is it like a hack and slash? Is it a first-person shooter? I do not like our design. Okay, we need to... Listen, I'm begging you, games industry. Learn to make fucked up women look fucked up. It looks like you put a bunch of makeup on a fucked up lady. And I feel like if she's a warlock, she's really fucked up, and she wouldn't be putting a gallon of makeup on. She wouldn't be doing the face tuning or whatever. This actually does kind of look like E33. I'm just, like, you have to, if you want to make them look scary, I'm not saying you have to make her ugly, because women have to be beautiful or they're worthless. We all know this. I'm just saying you need to commit to making them look kind of fucked up. You know? Another one? Phantom Blade Zero? Oh, that's right. I didn't look at this one. What about the lesbians? Lesbians love fucked up looking women.
is going on? Do we want to not do 4K? There we go, Jesus. See, this guy looks fucked up. That's what I'm, not the baby. The baby looks, you know, like a baby. There we go. I know it's a mask. I'm just saying, you gotta commit to the... That... Oh my god, the stock gore sound effect. That one right there. You know what I mean? That splorch? Yeah. I genuinely wonder how many times in my life I've heard that one. Mix of gameplay and in-game cinematics. Well, that's fucking
not anymore.
ambiguous. Okay.
I knew it. You'd never break so easily. But why did you come back?
The Order's blades are coming. They failed once, but they won't fail again.
I need to save her I'm in. Man, I don't want to generalize Chinese culture. Yes, this is obviously Chinese. I don't want to generalize here, man, but in like, I feel like it's a problem in Japanese games, but not as much. But in so many Korean and Chinese games, sorry to generalize, I know, blah, blah, blah. The women all look like dolls. And I know that beauty standards vary culture to culture, but they look like dolls, like not people. Not in real life. I mean, like in the video games, you know? And it's that like porcelain, like everything else is gritty and grimdark. And like, look at how, you know, look at how handsome our protag is. You know, that looks like a real human face right there. Pretty close to it, right? I mean, that's, I don't know, that's like pretty handsome guy. And then you see the lady and it's like, oh, we've just regressed 10 years in graphical technology because we're too committed to making her look like porcelain to have the effects that make you have pores on your skin. You know what I mean? It looks like they're face tuning her in game. Like she's a normal human, and then the game is superimposing the filter, and that, I don't know, that always looks really weird to me.
But why did you come back?
The Order's blades are coming. They failed once, but they won't fail again.
Huh. Arkham? Are these, I'm getting kind of like a directional parry Arkham game vibe. Man, we fucking killed that guy in no time.
Please, take it. Save our people.
Dude, it's like they want you to be gay. Is this why the Korean, like the K-pop idols, the male K-pop idols all look like that? Look at this.
Please.
Porcelain skin, we've painted some dirt on because they just escaped like a burning building or something, right? Gigantic doll eyes, uncanny. Sick alpha giga chad hyper, look at how hot this guy is. You know what I mean, right? I don't sound crazy here. Like this guy looks insanely hot.
Save our people.
He's mocking the fuck out of her. Without context, it looks like he's like, you know, I don't want you with me. I'm too cool for you. He's looking down at her. He's mocking her. She's getting absolutely slain. She's making him look bad.
The girl's nothing but a shell now.
There. Oh, whoa! We just added some texture to your face.
Nothing but a shell now.
Now we've got a character design. Well, now there's not much left to...
You broke my blade.
She literally was porcelain.
Phantom is movement, striking from where none expect.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Gameplay-wise, this looks sick. Who knows if it'll feel good to play?
Turning any blade into a divine weapon. When Phantom and Blade unite, no enemy stands.
Hey, that looks pretty good. They turned up the Chinese. You mind if a white boy plays a little Chinese in here? You fucking moron. The triple man stack is nothing in the face of my big ball. What were you thinking? Ridiculous attempt at a counterplay. All right, that went pretty hard. That was pretty good. I like that. That looks pretty good. Who knows how the gameplay is? I mean, I don't even know what genre this is. Like a hack and slash Arkham beat 'em up kind of thing? I have no idea. No idea. The only button prompt I ever saw was triangle. That does make me a little nervous. For sure. What's the name of that violin sounding instrument? Was that a mandolin? Not a mandolin? Okay, well, I tried. Erhu? Erhu? Erhu. Okay, cool.
Who are
the
you?
The guys are so hot! What the fuck? What did they make? The one woman looks like porcelain, shatters, turns out to be evil. All the guys whose face you can see, insanely hot. What did they mean by this? Seriously! Must be Korean after all. I'd make the jokes, but this game was extremely Chinese, so it'd be hard to, you know, that'd just be a little racist. You mind if a white boy gets a little racist? Oh, you do. Oh, I'm sorry. You're turning the dial back down really quickly. Korean beauty standards? Yes! K-pop demon hunters. Ass. I'm sorry. Would be funny if you ended stream now without politics. That would be super funny. Whew. Okay, yeah. Expedition 33, huh? Wow, love you. The men in K-pop demon hunters looked like shit. They really did. They really did. Well, the guy performers, yeah, they all looked fucking weird for sure. Not the manager. The manager looked fine. Enter chapter name. I'm done talking about the Game Awards now. Sorry. Whew. Yeah, 2 hours later. Well, you know, we had fun. We had some laughs. I guess we should get to the goddamn politics then, huh? Do you have your new keyboard? Yes, I do. And it does exactly what I want it to. Man. There's lots of smaller Chinese games that don't get big coverage like this. Of course, of course, of course. Hey, has anybody seen that Chinese animated movie that like did gangbusters at the global box office, but not many Americans have seen it? It's got like a little fire monkey guy, and it's like elements. Neja, however it's pronounced. Did anyone see it and like it? Yeah, W movie, it was good. Pretty good, I think. Okay, cool. All right. Just curious. You know, it's a whole other world out there, right? I mean, the population of China is like equivalent to the population of Western Europe plus America plus a lot more. So it's a lot going on over there we don't really hear about. Isn't it like a readaptation of Journey to the West? Yeah, but that's everything they do. I mean, that was Wukong. That was Dragon Ball Z. I don't know. They keep doing that. Famous Chinese manga, Dragon Ball Z. I don't know. Ooh, big stretch, River. You tired of the game coverage as well? Really? Because I find it much easier than the politics. Ooh, you got your belly up. Oh, she's got her belly up. You got your belly up. Hello. I love you. You are so fluffy. Now, if I rile her up too much, she's going to start dismantling my stream setup. Yep, she's rubbing her face against the studio light now, so if she pulls the cable out, yeah, you stay over there. Stay calm. Stay calm. Yes. All right. What the fuck are you people on about? Do you give them treats? Do I feed the cats? You people are crazy. All right. Guys, I've got bad news. So, remember how we're fighting over the Texas Senate seat, and the two prime Democratic candidates who are running in the primary are James Tallarico, who we like, and Jasmine Crockett, who we very much do not like? Well, name recognition wins. Right now, according to, you know, TSU at least, Jasmine Crockett is a whole 8 points ahead of James Tallarico. Much higher name recognition, though not actually by that much. See, young people prefer Tallarico, old people prefer Crockett by quite a bit. White people prefer Tallarico, black people overwhelmingly prefer Crockett. Greg Abbott, can we just get a little bit more racist voter suppression? Can we suppress just a few more black votes in Texas? Okay, just this once. I'm begging you. Just this once. I know you love to do it. We need a little bit more racism down here. Hispanic prefers Tallarico. Men prefer Tallarico. Women prefer Crockett. Dems prefer Crockett. Independents prefer Tallarico. 4-year degree and no degree both prefer Crockett. Pretty even split there. What the fuck women? Yeah, what the fuck women, what the fuck black people, etc., etc. Unfortunately, it looks like my personal belief is that the deep state plus AIPAC are boosting Jasmine Crockett for reasons that should be obvious. Washington Post, the Washington Post shared her like TikTok response to Mike Johnson being questioned about her race, and it's gotten 30K likes. The Washington Post doesn't usually share. It doesn't share all, like, you know, Congress people's communications. I have a feeling that she's being boosted, you know, for a reason. Unfortunately, they both suck at Israel. No. Tallarico's way better than Crockett on Israel.
Can I get your thoughts on Jasmine Crockett's run for Senate? What does it say about the state of the Democratic Party? And do you feel worried about her chances of winning at all?
Absolutely delighted that Jasmine Crockett is running for Senate in Texas. I think it's one of the greatest things that's happened to the Republican Party in a long, long time. She is the face of the Democratic Party. She and Mamdani. Good luck with that. I want her to have the largest, loudest microphone that she can every single day, and we look forward to having that election down there. We are going to elect another Republican senator in Texas. Texas is a red state. People of Texas are common sense Americans. And what Jasmine is trying to sell will not be purchased by the folks of Texas.
I must say,
the literally, like, the entire selling point, the whole message that Crockett offers is, did you know the Republicans don't like me? That's it. That was her opening. That was her fucking announcement. Trailer, whatever, advertisement. That's all she talks about.
that they act as if they're scared, regardless of what it is that they say. I will agree with him on something, though. Texans are common sense. And Texans, frankly, have not had a reason to be excited. It's been the same old for a very long time. The speaker also mentioned Mandami. He invoked Mandami's name. Last time I checked, he got elected. I mean, I don't understand. I don't know where he was going. But again.
Didn't she refuse to endorse Mamdani until after he'd already won the general? Like, she didn't weigh in on that until after it was already done?
Okay, if it means I'm getting elected, I mean, what are we doing right now, right? Like, he's like, oh, another Mandami. I'm like, I'm sorry. He became the mayor over the president's choice.
Phenomenal messaging.
I mean, I'm good with becoming the senator, and frankly, Texans will be better if I become the senator. And this idea...
She's talking like this was live and not pre-recorded. It's crazy.
Of, you gotta sound like a Republican to win. It's clear that there were people that voted for Trump that also voted for Mandami. It is clear that there are people that voted for AOC that also voted for Trump. It is clear that there were people that voted for Obama and then went and voted for Trump. And when you look at their policies, they're diametrically opposed. So what that tells me is that there's something different that people are looking for. And I think the fact that I am a different candidate, unlike anyone who's ever run in Texas, and I promise you, Texas, y'all about to see a race you've never seen before, because doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result.
She's so smug. Oh my God. It's huge Hillary vibes, right? Like a bunch of self-importance, a bunch of like, it feels like to her, this race is all about her and doesn't really have much to do with what she's offering the American people. Hey. How is she different? Well, Hillary Clinton never ran a AI-generated baby video.
Trump's toughest choice was between Chantilly lace or alabaster for his billionaire ballroom. The American people have been watching, and even those who weren't watching, they felt the effects and know the pain. Trump's unpopular policies will cost him the Republican majority in the Congress. He knows that, and that's why he called Greg Abbott and said, I need 5 seats from Texas. I'm entitled to them. And Abbott got right to it. Well, Trump, I know you're watching.
Fucking baby.
So let me tell you directly, you're not entitled to a damn thing in Texas.
So yeah, I don't really get that. I don't really understand the strategy there. The mainstream media has been giving Crockett a lot of attention, more than they have James Tallarico. I really do think they're trying to ice him out of this. He's a real progressive. He's a real potential threat to the Democratic status quo. They want to make sure that if a Democrat wins, it stays, industry compliant people.
Welcome back. Political panel time. Let me introduce them to you. Aaron McGuire and CBS News contributor Chuck Rocha here with me at the desk. Aaron, Republican strategist, Chuck, Democratic strategist, former advisor to Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign, and excellent cowboy hat wearer. Okay, the original plan for this conversation was to start with an interview I was to do today for this program with Jasmine Crockett, who just announced her candidacy for the Democratic nomination for Senate in Texas. We had that booked. We had it promoted. We had it promised. And Congresswoman Crockett backed out about an hour before we were supposed to do that. She is invited back on the program, but I want to note, and she knows I'm going to do this, that we had it booked, she was scheduled, and she backed out. So evaluate, because I know you know a lot about Texas politics, Chuck, Jasmine Crockett's entrance into this race, and whether you think it's a good idea or not.
Well, it's definitely shaken up the race. Colin Allred, who ran last time, who raised $30 million. He raised a lot of money.
Set it all on fire.
That's right, and lost. Was coming back to run again. But if you've already raised $30 million, Erin knows this. She runs lots of campaigns.
That's right. It's still doing it. Yeah.
That's $30 million of name ID that is free. Like now you build off of that. And just because she got in the race, now he's decided not to run, and he's going to.
Kyle also got behind Crockett. Some people are having weird reactions to this race. I haven't seen anything with regard to Kyle's position on this. Almost everyone that I saw on Twitter reacted negatively to Crockett announcing her run. And I think that's because a lot of those people are policy wonks, like liberal policy wonks, who recognize that Crockett would get annihilated in the general, whereas Tallarico has a decent shot at it, which he does. Even if she wasn't bad on her own, and she is, the fact that she's going to lose the general is pretty much the only reason you need to not choose her. Let me hear it straight from her.
In our politics lead today, it was something of a down-to-the-wire decision for Texas Democratic Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett to run for re-election to her House seat or shoot for the U.S. Senate. The Congresswoman announced her bid for Senate on Monday, joining an already somewhat crowded Democratic field. Joining us now is Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. So congratulations on your announcement.
Thanks.
Your official announcement is just a video of you, an image of you while...
I don't think she would lose against Ken Paxton, not going to lie. Right now, she polls negatively against Ken Paxton. Tallarico doesn't, she does. She has the worst polling of the Democratic options against Ken Paxton. She cannot win a general. She's so easy to hate. I mean, Tallarico is very difficult to hate. That's the whole point, right? Very effective in a general.
Insults of President Trump of you play in the background. Why that decision?
Yeah,
I mean,
why?
One of your opponents, Tallarico, he had a video, him with constituents, him with Texans. Why you solo?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things. Number one, I wanted to do something different. Because number one, in order to flip the state of Texas, we're going to have to do something that we've never done. So I wanted to stay on brand with the fact that we would be different. I also wanted people to understand who the president sees as a real threat, and it is me. He also made it clear a number of times that he sees me as a leader. Those were his words, not mine. And so I wanted to do that. That's number one. Number two, I wanted to do a real announcement with actual people, nothing that was staged. I wanted the real people, and so it had to be in that moment. So I also wanted to make sure that we delivered a full speech that had all the substance there. So on that...
I've already seen videos claiming leftists are hating her for the same reason they hated Kamala. Fear of strong, powerful black women. Also, you shouldn't care about the Palestinian cause. Yes, the CIA is working overtime to puppeteer black elder accounts on Twitter to accuse you of... Here, somebody linked exactly this. K-Hive after Crockett loses by 25 points, but at least they got to get their sugar high off of calling a bunch of teens and 20-somethings racist and misogynar for 11 months. Just imagine it's a bunch of federal agents instead.
Same day, if you were paying attention or if you were interested, you got the full meat of what it is that I want to do as the next senator in the state of Texas, as well as I did this with the people right there at home in my district.
So last night you told Laura Coates on this network that you don't need to get all the Trump voters in order to win the Senate seat, assuming you win the Democratic nomination. We should note President Trump won Texas pretty handily by about 14 percentage points. So you don't need every Trump voter, but you need a big chunk of them. Explain the math to me. How does any Democrat, but especially one who is progressive and
doesn't she actually get like criticized pretty hard in this interview? Am I remembering that correctly? Is this the one where she gets called out on those slave mentality comments?
Outspoken. How do you win over?
I think it was Jake Tapper who was doing that.
So this is what I want to tell you about. There's two things that we need to talk about that are separate things that I think both of them are necessary to win. Number one, we actually have to turn out more voters. If you do the research on the state of Texas, we typically rank the lowest in voter turnout, period, in the country. We've got to get that up. I want to say the most recent one that I remember, maybe a little over 50% of people turned out. When we looked at Georgia and we saw Georgia go blue, what they were able to do is they were able to get more people to participate. So that's number one. So for me, it was always about expanding the electorate. Number two, this is a great talking point that we have heard over and over and over, that maybe you need to sound like a Trumper so you can get Trumpers Trumpers to be on board. But what we know is that there were Trump and Mandami voters. There were Obama and Trump voters. There were AOC and Trump voters. So a lot of people want to distill this down into something as simple as, oh, it's progressive or it's this. But the reality is
she unambiguously claimed that she did not need to win over Trump supporters. She said that like very directly, that she's not trying to win over Trump supporters. She's trying to boost turnout amongst non-Trump supporters.
That people vote for who they believe in. They vote for the people that they believe really care about bettering their lives. And what we know is apparent is that a lot of people have been turned off by Trump. When we look at Tennessee, I'm not asking you to look far north or over in California. When you look at the red state of Tennessee, he won that seat by over 20 points, yet it came within single digits. When you look at Mississippi, they flipped 2 Senate seats. When you look at Georgia on November 4th, they elected 2 Democrats statewide. So what I am saying is people are finally saying, you know what, even those that voted for Trump, because there's plenty that regret it. And I think that those people would be more willing to listen at this point. But I think you've got to expand the electorate, and you got to talk to anybody who actually says, you know what, he played us.
Let me tell you, let me ask you about a quote that you've made that has some Democrats worried about your ability to win statewide. In a December 2024 Vanity Fair profile, you talked about, quote, and I'm going to read a lot of the quote just to put it in the context, quote,
please,
all the complexities within the Latino community. The immigration thing has always been something that has perplexed me about this community. It's basically like, I fought to get here, but I left y'all where I left y'all, and I want no more y'all to come here. If I wanted to be with y'all, I would stay with y'all, but I don't want y'all coming to my new home. It almost reminds me of what people would talk about when they would talk about kind of like slave mentality and the hate that some slaves would have for themselves. It's almost like a slave mentality that they have. Now, about the time that that was published last year, around 1 million Latino voters in Texas.
Now, those are what I like to call some good political instincts right there. Jesus Christ.
We're voting for Trump. Do they all have slave mentality?
No, and that's not what that said.
She's not wrong though. Yeah, but you can't say it as a politician. This is just a matter of good strategy, okay? It doesn't matter whether she's right or not. I'm a YouTuber. I'm not a politician. Trump can? Yes, Trump can. That is different. You can't say what Kanye says. As a politician, you cannot say, do you mind if a white boy gets a little racist with it? Oh, you do, never mind, turns down racism dial. There's lots of stuff that you can say as a non-politician that you can't say as a politician. That's just part of the game, you know?
At all, to be clear. It did not say that every Latino has that type of mentality.
No, but the ones that vote for people who believe in strong or Trump's immigration policies.
So I don't believe that the people that voted for Trump.
Also, the kind of person who makes statements like that, it's slave mentality to be Latino and vote for Trump, needs to be the kind of person who stands by it, because it looks so bad for her to like backpedal off the statement when she should say, yeah, I think it's insane to be Latin and to vote for Trump because he hates you and he tells you he hates you every day and you're still doing it. I don't get it. Make me understand. That would be a good attention grabber. That's a headline grabber right there. But, you know, fake demons, etc.
Believe in what they're actually getting. That is number one. What Trump said is that he was going to kick out the bad guys. And that's what I was talking about. I've been down to the border. I've been down to South Texas. I've campaigned down there. And so I am talking about exactly what was going on when I was down there on behalf of the Beto campaign. In fact, when he was running for governor, I was sent as a surrogate. And I said, talk to me about what is going on. Why is it that they believe that they can win Latinos down here? Like, I don't understand what's happening.
Well,
there were people that were saying that they had fought and they had done everything the right way, and that there were bad people that were coming that were doing it the wrong way. And so they were saying, no, we left. And I mean, when you think about people that are leaving asylum, they are leaving areas and situations that they feel like are harmful to them. So
I don't believe this narrative. You notice how everything she's said since this question has come across as like incoherent slop, right? Like she's trying to justify, backpedal, et cetera, et cetera. You look strong. This is the reason why Trump gets away with it, because Trump doesn't make an outrageous statement and then like panics and backpedals. He just keeps saying it. He normalizes it. He stands by it. You're like, did you really just say that? And he's like, yeah, I'll say it again.
That's how you win. If you want to be audacious, and she does, by the way, that's her whole thing. She had a fucking t-shirt with the beach blonde bimbo, whatever the fuck thing she called Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's clearly proud of the fact that she's got a, loud mouth. But you can't play that game and then run away from it when it's, ooh, I said something 2% too spicy.
Yes, they're like, no, I don't want to be in this dangerous situation. And that's what I meant. But at the same time, I knew what Trump meant because Trump had a record. Trump had a record of locking up kids and putting them in cages. So I knew what Trump meant. And so that's why it wasn't making sense to me. And ultimately right now, I just came from a joint hearing that we were having on the Senate side. It's the Senate as well as the House. The first time I've had a joint hearing ever since I have been in the House. And I was listening to Latino American citizens that have been arrested by this regime. Some of those people may have voted for Trump. I don't know. But they agree that what he's doing now is wrong. And it's about right versus wrong and not right versus left. And he sold them a bag of goods. And I knew that that's what he was selling because I knew his record.
All right, Jasmine Crockett, we'll leave it there, but we know you'll come back and answer our question.
Very unconvincing response, in my humble opinion. But unfortunately, this is a big deal, and we have to pay a lot of attention to it. This is a Senate race. This is a Senate race where Democrats have a very real possibility of winning. Do you have any idea how demoralizing it would be if after the 2026 elections, Democrats pick up a Senate seat in Texas? This is important.
Texas Republicans are getting very, very nervous about what is shaping up to be a brutal and strange primary for U.S. Senate in their party. You see Senator John Cornyn, right, who's served for over 20 years.
It's true that things are a shit show on the Republican side as well.
Is now facing a tough race for re-election. He's marred by low approval ratings, but crucially, he is fighting off a primary challenge, two of them actually, one from the state's far-right Attorney General Ken Paxton and Republican Congressman Wesley Hunt. Now, on the Democratic side, a rising star in the party, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, has just thrown her hat in the ring, announcing her candidacy hours before the state's filing deadline yesterday. She will now face off against just one primary opponent, young, charismatic state representative James Tallarico. That's after former Congressman Colin Allred, who ran in the last cycle, ended his Senate campaign yesterday to run for a new House seat instead. Joining us now is Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett of Texas. Congresswoman, it's good to have you on. This was, as far as I could tell, there was even reporting saying that you had kind of like twin forms filled out and twin cashiers checked.
Democrats picked up a Senate seat in Alabama in 2017. Yeah, but that was kind of a fluke, you know? That was more of a fluke than this. That was the Republicans' ball to fumble. In this case, the Democrats need to actually win the race, like on its own merits, essentially, which is why it's really important she not win the general, or the primary. She wouldn't win the general.
About whether filing for the House or the Senate race. So this came down to the last second. Like, take me through what pushed you over.
Yeah, so I'll tell you that I had been telling a lot of people that I was closer to a yes than a no. But I was really concerned. Number one, I was concerned about Democratic unity. I talked a lot about the fact that I really wanted us to have a very strong ticket. And instead of kind of having our star power put into one race, I wanted to see if we could somehow make it to where you could have an option for governor, say if you had nothing but state experience. See if we could have an option for, Senate. See if we could have lieutenant governor, attorney general, and really give different parts of the state of Texas someone to vote for and be excited about. And it's kind of hard to get around a state of 30 million people. We saw that Beto did it. He went to 254 counties, but Beto also literally worked himself into a sickness. He ended up being hospitalized more than once. And so
also, Beto was fighting against the current, right? Like, sentiment was shifting towards Republicans during his races. And in addition, for some fucking reason, he made being anti-gun his, main selling point in Texas, which is insane. You're a senator. You're not a governor. You're not going to affect local policy on this. You're contributing one vote to a House of 100. You're gonna run there on that? Insane.
Well, I didn't feel like it made sense that we should just kind of have, maybe one big kind of race. But hey, at the end of the day, I thought that once the Supreme Court did what they did, that we absolutely needed to do something about getting the right person into the Senate. And it was interesting listening to your previous conversation. The oversight for the Senate, for the Supreme Court, it comes from the Senate. So those are the things that I was looking at, as well as my actual experience on the federal level, as well as being an attorney, and knowing that we need to change the Senate map if we're really going to get things like voting rights, if we're going to get reproductive access, if we're going to get health care.
Her messaging kind of triggers me. What you should all do is play the world's least interesting drinking game, which is you take a shot every time she mentions a policy she wants to use her senator seat to push for. Like every time she mentions like a specific policy she wants to advocate for.
We've got to change what's happening in the Senate.
Dead ass sober.
So there's
stone
a bunch of stories
cold
today
the whole
about
stream.
how your entrance into the race is welcome news for John Cornyn. There's like anonymous quotes from his staffers saying like, we're thrilled. There was people citing the fact that the Senate campaign arm of the Republicans had commissioned a poll that showed you ahead in the primary, that they were essentially trying to kind of pull you into the race, with the logic being that your perception and coding among Texas voters is as too anti-Trump or as too sort of polarizing to plausibly win a statewide election in a state that Democrats have, as we all know, not won a statewide election in like decades. What's your response to people who say, even people who are sympathetic to you, who are like, is this the person that could win like 8 to 10% of Republican voters necessary to win this race?
So I actually disagree with the characterization that we have to get 8 to 10%.
I'm gonna fucking lose it. Do you think that you'll be able to win enough people to win the election, like win enough Trump supporters? I don't think I'll have to win any, actually. You know, I think I'll be able to win this on handicap mode.
What we know is that in this last election, approximately 51%.
This, as far as I'm concerned, is disqualifying. Like, in a sane world, the chair of the DNC would step down and say, no, fuck you. We're directing resources away from you. Absolutely not. Are you kidding me? You're openly saying you're not interested in winning over a significant portion of the Texas electorate? Are you fucking insane? Jesus Christ. Can we now confirm Trump was right about Crockett being low IQ? Yeah, but he says that about all non-white women, so I don't want to, like, give him points for that, even if he ended up being incidentally correct about this one. I think AOC is smart. I think Ilhan Omar is smart.
Of eligible voters in Texas voted. What we've not had is someone that could energize our base. That is abysmal. We are always one of the lowest voter turnout states. When you look at when we ended up getting 2 Democratic senators in the state of Georgia, just know it was because they got their voter participation up. And so that's what we plan to do. What we were testing.
Like, why would you ever say you don't have an interest in winning over the other side? It doesn't matter whether or not you think you can. You can't say you can't, because if you can't, then you can't win.
Was we wanted to know, can I excite people that normally don't vote? And the answer was simply yes. In addition to
How?
that,
With what policy? What are you doing different? You keep saying you're doing something different. What are you doing different? What about you is different? How are you different? In what way are you different?
Looked at Beto's results, because that is the best election for us to look to.
Yep.
It was a Trump, response type of election.
Yep. We're modeling our election platform off the guy who famously lost. Great stuff. Great stuff. Oh, by the way, Beto O'Rourke, much better candidate than her. Keep that in mind. He lost, and he was much better than her. More principled, more intelligent, a better campaigner than she would be, I promise you.
And ultimately, we know that he won black and brown folk over overwhelmingly, and so am I in polling.
So in the Warnock and
Great, make it a fucking race war thing.
Ossoff examples, which do strike me as the closest model, right? In both those cases, it was a bit of both and, though, right? They definitely juiced turnout, and they definitely got high levels of turnout, but they also did win crossover voters. I mean, there's a pretty significant slice, and particularly if you look at those precincts and those Atlanta suburbs, particularly. So it does seem like both of those are necessary, particularly when you're looking at the numbers that you're staring down in Texas, which is, again, numerically, it's like it's not an easy place to win.
No, I think that you're absolutely right when you say that, but I think what we've got to look at is that when you look at, say, the district in Tennessee and the fact that Trump had won by a little over 20 points, yet somehow it swung to a single-digit race, then we know people that voted for Trump, well, some of them are regretting those votes. We just saw an election today down in Miami where a Republican was outed, and we know that they hadn't been able to win.
She knows she's not there to win. She got called in just like Cuomo did. I mean, she did jump in at the last second, just like he did, right? Literally the last possible day for filing. Almost like everyone involved was hedging their bets, and the powers that be were like, holy shit, Tallarico could win. We need somebody else to... We need somebody we can control to get in ahead.
And 30 years down in that area. We also know what happened in Mississippi, where they flipped 2 Senate seats. We also know what has happened in Georgia.
Her strategy is well blue shift. Yeah, it speaks to how little confidence she has in her own ability to win the race, that every time she's asked whether she can win, her argument is like, well, it's a blue shift. 2026, everyone's going to shift blue. Like, yeah, okay. What makes you a good candidate? It's going to shift blue for everyone everywhere. What makes you the good candidate?
Where they were able to get 2 statewide seats. So here is the reality. I don't think anyone who is super in love with Trump would ever vote for me or any other Democrat. That is just...
Are people buying this, though? Older people and black people by an overwhelming amount. We need to get some shoe polish for Tallarico, or maybe some bleach for Crockett. We need to deracialize the... We need to reallocate. You'd think all like the older conservative black voters would love Tallarico's like 1950s hat in hand pastor shtick, over her being, you know, like kind of loud-mouthed and aggressive and millennial. Is she millennial? I don't know.
The reality. I think what it is who is going to talk to people and make them understand that 44. They will fight
Spiritually
for them.
Millennial.
That is why you have Mandami Trump voters. That is why you have AOC Trump voters. That is why you have Obama Trump voters. Let me tell you something. Mandami has not backed down whatsoever from his rhetoric against the president. In the Oval Office, he stood there and he said what he said about him being a fascist, yet he was able to win those voters. So Democrats that believe the only way that you can win is by being soft and sounding like a Republican, that is not true. What people are looking for are people that are tough and are fighters and are going to fight for them. Fight for better.
Gets asked about slave mentality comment about Latino voters. You asking me that gives me a bit of a tummy ache. I didn't really say that.
Healthcare. Fight for access to jobs. Fight for education. That is what
fight for healthcare. What do you mean fight for healthcare? What do you mean by that? Like, what actual policy are you referring to? Please, I'm begging you. What actual thing do you want to do? Here's her campaign page, by the way. Thank you to the person who linked this. This is her campaign page. It doesn't mention policy. Does she even have? Oh, this is the why I'm running section. About. That's great. No policy positions. None. Not even on the goddamn page. No platform. Go to Tallarico page. If I had more patience, we could read these back to back. We're the underdogs in this fight. We're going up against these billionaire mega donors and their puppet politicians. We're going up against a lot of money. Yeah. Does he have policy positions up here? Why I'm running events, volunteer, store. No, he does not either. At least not to my knowledge. So I guess I have egg on my face now. Not yet. We'll get there. Tallarico, no. He stands for nothing. Access to insulin, I guess. I mean, they don't have like a list out of what they believe. They'll build it out. Tallarico is a Zionist too, I think. I'm pretty sure Tallarico's been pretty sympathetic to the Palestinian people. I mean, he's not like Mamdani level consistent about it, but I'm pretty sure he's been, you know, Nowhere near as bad as Crockett. He looks like a Republican lol. Yeah, which is why he's gonna fucking win the general. He just needs to win the primary first. Hasn't he taken Miriam Adelson money? Yummy. Me with a suspiciously Miriam Adelson's $1 million check-shaped bulge in my belly. That didn't really address your concerns, did it? They're talking about how he took money from Miriam Adelson, but that was for casino gambling and not Israel. I don't know the details on this. Tallarico on Gaza.
You know, I've certainly been upset with my party on a variety of issues. You know, one, I would say it's reticence, particularly in the last couple of years, to call out what's happening in Gaza. You know, as Christians, every bombed village is our village, right? Every starving child is God screaming at us, and that is certainly true in the Holy Land. And you know, I think my party was, I think, too late and too quiet on this issue. And again, foreign policy is not necessarily my area of expertise. I'm a state policymaker, but certainly just as a member of the party, was concerned that it took us so long to talk about this issue. You know, I've also had my fair share of disagreements on things like public education, where a lot of Democrats, for good reason, are too ready to defend the status quo. You know, I've certainly.
Yeah, I mean, he's not, you know, he's not like a Fetterman. He's pretty mid, not gonna lie. He's not, though. You people have had your fucking palate spoiled by Mamdani. Yeah, I'm seeing here. So he received money from Adelson prior to voting in support of legislation aimed at legalizing casino gambling in Texas. So it was Adelson who has sunk millions into the Texas Sands PAC has pushed for Texas to legalize casino gambling. Okay, so it was a PAC pushing for legalizing casino gambling in Texas, and that group is given to a bunch of people in the state of Texas. Okay. Not great, but, you know. Was this what we were looking at?
They're looking for, and that's what it is that I have to offer.
Yeah, I want to just, you mentioned this, so I want to bring it up. In Miami, Miami had a mayoral election tonight. It was a runoff. That city has not had a Republican, has not had a Democratic mayor, I think, since the 1990s, nearly 30 years. The last election in 2021, the incumbent ran for a second term, and he won by like 75 to 15, essentially. So tonight, the Democrat is going to win by between 10 and 20 points when all's. I mean, so there is something happening in the country right now. I want to play very quickly your ad that I thought was pretty interesting. This is the first ad I've seen from your very new campaign. Take a listen.
She's a very low IQ person.
Somebody said the other day she's one of the leaders of the party. I said, you got to be kidding.
Now they're going to rely on Crockett. Crockett's going to bring them back.
Letting your enemy define you.
This is obviously a shot across the bow that this is going to be a campaign about Trump. Do you think Trump, that Trump is going to figure prominently in this one way or the other?
I think so. I think it's hard to say that he's not. I mean, when you see election wins like the one that you just referenced, obviously it's Trump's policies that are on the ballot. Right now, we have a senator that has decided that he won't fight for Texans, but instead he's decided that he will do whatever Trump tells him to do. We are one of the largest trade states in this country, in this nation, and unfortunately, we have somebody that will not go up against the president to protect our people that are doing trade in Texas when it comes to.
Yeah, right. I really don't like her. Been seeing positive coverage of her too. Not as many people talk about Tallarico. I'm just nervous about this race, man.
Things are definitely shaking up in Congress.
I am going to use because that is the legal language. And I also just want to remind y'all
And still has the facade of a more reserved conservative, the kind of MAGA that makes like the old guard boomer Republicans feel comfortable. He kind of looks like McCain, but also votes with Trump and supports all of Trump's policies.
Oh, whatever. I'm going to be really fucking mad if she wins the primary and then gets decimated in the general. That's all I'm saying, okay? That's all I'm saying. It's going to happen. More than a 50% chance. Okay. We almost have my tabs clear. That's pretty cool. Have you guys seen that lately, since they have nothing else to do, Kennedy and Duffy have both been on this this mission to... So the first thing was, and this was from Secretary Duffy, Transportation Secretary, to get people to dress well in airports. Like they were making from the auspices of the White House videos advocating for the moral importance of not wearing sweatpants to the airport. And now they're talking about how they need to build gyms. Here, can I find a video on this? Hold on. Kennedy, Duffy, give me what I want. How far back would I have to scroll? Maybe this is the wrong Twitter account for Kennedy. What about Duffy? What the hell? I need to find these clips, man. Kennedy's so unpredictable, man. He does love doing pull-ups. We do need to force everyone to go to the gym, though. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. That's what people get for not paying attention or not participating in their physical education classes, you know? Airport gyms. Give me the... Why can I not find these? A Jimmy Kimmel bit? A CBS Miami clip from 7 years ago? Here we go. Jesus Christ. Why is it so difficult to find evidence of them promoting this excellent, excellent idea?
Pumping some iron before you board. The White House rolling out this billion-dollar grant to make airports across the nation healthy again. That means better food, family-friendly spaces, and even micro gyms right at the terminal. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says the travel experience should actually be enjoyable for Americans. Check it.
As people travel through our skies, we want to have the most enjoyable experience for them. And we know that we have families and nursing mothers. Someone might want to come through and do a couple pull-ups. We're open to any ideas that airports have to make the experience better as Americans travel.
Making me go to the gym at the airport is not going to make my experience.
Oh, they don't like it? Hold on, they didn't even play the full video. Where Duffy and Kennedy were doing pull-ups in the airport. It's actually kind of a fun idea, so of course they hate it. It's an insane idea. It's an insane idea. Are you fucking kidding me? You want people exercising at an airport? Do you have any idea how stinky that would be? This is from the White House. And fully dressed too. Yeah. He's already got like the pit stains, you know, just walking around like that. Yeah, worth it though? I don't think so.
It's better. I don't want to work out at home.
Well, you don't have to.
When I can go upstairs and take a shower and whatever. The last thing I want to do at the airport, and God bless RFK Jr. and Secretary Duffy, but
Thanks.
I do not want to do that.
I love this, and here's why. When you go out on Venice Beach and people are doing like those outdoor gyms or pull-ups, people always kind of stop to watch, maybe rooting them on or whatnot. And so I feel like if I'm walking through the airport, instead of everyone kind of like scowling and pushing us through and get out of my my way, people might actually be like, oh my gosh, wait, let me root you on. You're doing a pull-up or whatever. And so I actually think it would help make us all friendlier. Plus, exercise does bring endorphins, and endorphins make us happy.
Okay, now I thought there was a contradiction in this plan because remember Duffy said, I want you to dress up for the airport.
Yes.
But then I want you to exercise. But then I watched RFK Jr., who always, like, he's working out in a tie and suit pants. So maybe that's it. Maybe the whole, like, working out in jeans thing is all aimed.
You don't want to get sweaty in nice clothes.
Right. So
it must be so fun to be a Fox News or Fox Business anchor and to know that if you ever criticize the administration, they'll kill you. You know? Yeah, this looks epic. I wasn't so sure about the idea of exercising in a button-up dress shirt, but here's a video of him doing it, looking wretched, smelly, greasy, pit stains seeping through the clothes. Yeah, this will improve my airport experience. What if we did this and then sat at the terminal for an hour and ate some McDonald's? This would improve the experience for everyone, you know? Getting paid $500,000 to spin stupidity every day. It's, man, again, it's like they want so badly to be fascist, you know? Because the fascists love this stuff. The purity of the body, the purity of strength. Everyone should pitch in. Your personal enjoyment and comfort is irrelevant. Everyone should be like a model citizen. We need to promote goodness and form, that kind of stuff. They love this, okay? Big performative group exercises were a huge part of like Nazi German culture, you know? But not just with the Hitlerjugend, but with adults as well. They were huge on that stuff. They did propaganda videos. Have you guys seen the propaganda videos of all of the like all the German 20-somethings in Nazi Germany doing like gay coordinated dances or whatever? They love that stuff. They love it. That's all this reminds me of. Yeah, but they don't have the social mandate that they would need to demand that everyone do like 20 jumping jacks before getting through the security line or whatever. So they have to settle for $1 billion grant to put a pull-up bar in every airport.
Okay, so you got decent clothes on.
Is this why self-improvement stuff is so right-wing coded? See, listen, this is the thing. Self-improvement is not right-wing coded at all. They actively resist it. They despise introspection, critique. They hate self-improvement, okay? What they like is body fascism, you know? Not exercise. A lot of these fascists, they're fat. I mean, God, look at Trump, you know? But they love the idea that looking like Hercules makes you spiritually better than other people. When in reality, what it means is that you just spend like 2 hours a day working, meal prepping, so on and so forth. You know? They love imposing moral prescriptivism onto different levels of fitness, or even just perceived fitness, because there are plenty of people who are very muscular but aren't particularly fit in a cardiovascular sense or whatever. But fascists have always loved doing this.
But you stink.
Right.
Do you think I can get my lifting chalk through security, or they're going to confuse it for some other white stuff?
They will supply it for you.
You look like you live.
Oh, yeah, no kidding. Look at that neck. Wow. Have we seen that guy? Have we seen this guy in the panel thus far? Yeah, no kidding. Jesus. I heard him say lifting chalk, and I was like, you LARPer. You don't need lifting chalk. Now I'm looking at him, and I'm thinking, I don't know. Maybe.
Now and again.
Rugby.
Yes.
Michael Lee, come on.
All right, I had a jiu-jitsu tournament this weekend, competed against a WWE superstar. It went about as well as you can think it went.
He does look ridiculous.
Who'd you go up against?
Baron Corbin, his name is Tom Pestock.
No kidding.
Great guy.
Wow.
A lot better than me.
He'll be deadlifting at the airport.
Yeah.
He'll have like, you know, like
right. I just
barbell out there.
Right through the.
So how do you think this will go? My exercise is running. What if I run, sprint, screaming through the airport? Just, you know, how long before I get arrested?
I would pay to see that.
Right? It's sprinting.
You know, based on JFK yesterday, you'll fit right in, right?
It is better than the current situation where people are pretty angry. You've talked about the angry people that sit next to you who step on over you. I think anything to help lift up the mood, I'm totally on board.
I still want to go to the bar and have a cocktail or glass of wine before my flight.
You can do that too.
Doesn't mix with the full strategy.
If you travel with kids, these little playgrounds, these little areas are unbelievable because it's stressful herding them like little cats through the airport, and for them to run around and get energy out. I mean, I think this is a great idea. You want to see the people that are pushing these policies practice it. And so if you haven't seen the highlight, RFK does like 20 pull-ups in his shirt and tie. Sean did like almost 20, and then the other dude they were with did like 30.
I'm sorry, it's just very fascinating to watch. I hope you all agree with me on that one. I hope I'm not alone in feeling that way. Very, very strange. They've been at this for a while. The dressing up at the airport thing, that one's from 2 weeks ago, right?
What should we expect for travel in the coming days and weeks? We have Julian Keel, the founder and CEO of PointsPath, joining us now. Julian, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us.
Hey, Josh, thank you again for having me.
Of course. All right, so first off, I do have to ask you about this.
No, I want to hear it from the Duffster.
This travel age of travel. Let's bring civility and manners back.
Whether it's a pair of jeans and a decent shirt, I would encourage people to maybe dress a little better, which encourages us to maybe behave a little better. Let's try not to wear slippers and pajamas as we come to the airport.
Yeah, start dressing up. I wonder if
Shut the fuck up. What's with the obsession at airports recently with the GOP? Well, they're all wannabe influencers, so they just have to find like stupid niche issues that they think they can rile people up over to have opinions on. They can't really do anything. Nobody can do anything. Institutional inertia has reached its breaking point. It probably did years and years ago. No one can actually change anything about anything. What's the deal with airline food? Well, that's true.
I think, again, I call this just maybe dressing with some respect. You know, whether it's a pair of jeans and a decent shirt, I would encourage people to maybe dress a little better, which encourages us to maybe behave a little better. Let's try not to wear slippers and pajamas as we come to
air traffic control, and the planes themselves are falling apart, so let's harp on the appearance of the passengers. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, take attention away from the fact that all of this is failing to place more moral responsibility on the shoulders of people who are just trying to get through.
To the airport. I think that's positive. If we can help someone as we're getting on the aircraft that might need some help putting their bag in the overhead bin, and you're a little stronger, a little buffer, you've been lifting, you know, stand up and, you know, offer to grab that bag and put it up for someone who's having a more difficult time.
That's a totally different subject. That has nothing to do with dressing up. It's like a broader advocacy for civility in airports. Doesn't really make any sense. I don't know. Is this a way to target those that don't dress Western? You mean people who are dressing in, I don't know, Buddhist robes or whatever? No, I don't think so. I think it's a way of just drawing attention away from the fact that all of these institutions are crumbling and nobody can do anything about it, you know? Just pay more attention to whether or not people are wearing sweatpants. The dream these people have is that if they could just deport all the non-white people and then stuff everyone into a suit, all of these airplanes, all these airlines, all these airports, they would all feel the same as they did in the 1950s. Well, the way they did in advertisements from the 1950s, you know? If we could just stuff everyone into a suit, then it would be just like this advertisement where a white man is eating an entire roast ham on the flight, you know? I don't think this particular bit is fascist, but... Well, it stems from the same impulse to moralize over aesthetics. But I agree that it probably has more to do with their desire to distract and draw attention and so on than it does any, like, ideologically fascist motivation. The issue is more deregulation to the industry. Also, airplane or airline tickets need to be cheaper. So wait, sorry, did I say cheaper? They need to be less cheap. They need to be more expensive. Does this appeal to anyone other than boomers? I have not seen anybody speak of this positively. It's mostly just funny.
Meanwhile, it might be hard to fly or get your flight out on time without weather conditions, so I'll transition brilliantly to this. American airports getting a Maha makeover. Secretary Sean Duffy, RFK Jr., making airports more family-friendly with a $1 billion initiative, eyeing upgrades such as mini gyms.
Flying used to be a luxurious experience, then the deregulation came. Well, no, flying used to be an expensive experience, then the deregulation came. The reason why flights suck now, in large part, is because tickets are so inexpensive. Or at least they were up until like a year or two ago. You know, they've obviously spiked recently for a variety of reasons. But no, we subsidize the hell out of the cost of airline tickets. It just should not be that inexpensive to travel by air. It should be like fucking twice as expensive at least.
Micro workouts and along with that, play areas for kids, and healthier foods for you. Joining us now, Transportation Secretary Sean.
Imagine how disgusting a play area for kids would be at every American airport. I'm sure some of them already have them, but just like think about that for a second. Yeah, go let little Timmy run around on this fucking, yeah, you're gonna invent COVID too. The pathologic site.
Duffy and the physician helping him roll out the plan, nutritionist specialist Dr. Paul Saladino, was doing pull-ups yesterday as well. First off, Ms. Secretary, great to see both you guys. Why do you think this is important to make airports more family-friendly?
Well, we want the flying experience.
Is it about making them family-friendly? Is it about dressing up nice? Is it about making them healthier with pull-up bars? What is anything about? What are we doing? We're just yapping.
Great, Brian. And so what we've done, job number one, is building a brand new air traffic control system, making sure it's more efficient, safer. President Trump and I are working on that. By the way, just a quick note, Brian,
why must plane tickets be more expensive? I don't get the logic here. The reason plane tickets are so inexpensive now is because they're subsidized to hell because a bunch of other industries rely on them. But because they're so inexpensive, airlines have to run their services into the ground, basically, because they run on incredibly tight margins. It's bad for the environment, and it's probably just bad in general to make travel that easy by air. It's not a great industry, and it's like a race to the bottom, basically. As long as everything is really cheap by air, there's not really much of an incentive to build out a rail network, you know? Like, why would you want to invest in better rail? Why would you want to update it or, you know, better regulate it or invest in it or whatever, when so much money is being dumped into keeping these ticket prices artificially low? The problem is bullet trains are much slower, even bullet trains. Yeah, but only if you're counting the raw travel time. If you factor in how long it takes to get to the airport, go through security, wait, board, wait, taxi, lift off, and then the reverse on the other end, you know, in many cases, the train's a lot faster, right? It moves slower, but you're just on a train. You go to the station, and then you walk on the train, and then you're on the train.
Hired a project manager. In 5 minutes, Donald Trump saved us $200 million on that contract. He's remarkable. But as people travel through our skies, we want to have the most enjoyable experience for them. And we know that we have families and nursing mothers. Someone who might want to come through and do a couple pull-ups. We're open to any ideas that airports have.
Someone who might want to come over and do a couple pull-ups. You know, just like one of the many types of guy at an airport, you know? Just one of those, yeah, you know, you've got people who are here to travel, and you've got people who are here to buy $9 McDoubles, and then you've got people who are here to do a couple pull-ups.
Make the experience better as Americans travel. And again, job number one is less delays, less cancellations. I'm working on that.
Vosh, I fly over the country for work. 99% of the time, it takes less than 15 minutes to get through security. What are you talking about? Why are you pretending that nobody here, like this is a unique experience you have getting through airports? You're being contrarian. What are you even being contrarian over? You know what? I'm not dealing with it. Try again next day, next stream.
But we can walk and chew gum at the same time, also looking at airports in addition to...
Just read the contrarianism dripping from a statement. What are you even saying?
He spends 300 days a year in airports, and you can't eat. It's almost impossible to eat healthy. So that's one thing. Give people healthy options. Number two, micro workouts, right?
Micro workouts.
Micro workouts are incredible. You know that airports are probably one of the most sedentary places that we are as Americans. Unfortunately, you're sitting there for an hour or two waiting for your flight. Maybe there's delay. You're sitting on a flight for 2 or 3 hours. You're in an Uber to and from the airport. So it's very challenging.
These people have nothing to do, man. These people have Nothing to do. He doesn't believe it. No, he does. Look at him smiling as he says that. He knows perfectly what. He's like, yeah, we've got nothing. Sorry. We can't fix any of this broken infrastructure. We're just pitching. We're throwing anything at the dartboard. You know, darts, glass cups, mugs. We don't care.
Challenging to actually get enough movement. And we know that being sedentary as humans quickly causes vascular dysfunction in our veins and causes inflammation. And the amazing thing here is that even small amounts of exercise, a little walking, a few pull-ups, a few push-ups, even air squats, things that anyone can do, can interrupt the process of inflammation that quickly occurs when we're sedentary. So I love this idea. I'm really, really excited to be a part of this project. I want to commend Secretary Duffy and Secretary Kennedy for this initiative. You think the goal here is not for people
Also, the funny thing is that, like, because I'm careful and I tend to arrive early for my flights, I actually tend to get a decent amount of exercise at the airport, because once I've gotten in through security and confirmed my terminal, I just walk around. You know, I don't really like sit down on my phone or whatever, because it's kind of awkward to just sit at an airport terminal. There's people and it's stinky or whatever. I just walk around, unless I've got like a bunch of baggage on me or whatever, like, you know, I've got a carry-on and then a backpack or whatever. But if I'm not that burdened, I'll go for a walk. I've walked around for hours sometimes because of delayed flights.
get sweaty in airports. Nobody wants to be sitting next to somebody smelly on an airplane. But
no sweating, Brian.
But you know, even micro workouts.
It's like a joke to them, man. They're not even. They know how fucking stupid this is.
Are valuable for humans. Mini gyms. We just want to put in simple equipment that everyone can use that can encourage people in airports to get a little bit of movement, 5 minutes of movement here and there, and to create an atmosphere that's really friendly toward people working out. This is a healthy country we're trying to build. Healthy Americans are happy Americans. These are kind Americans. They're gracious Americans. It's going to make the entire...
So this is the fascist element, right? The moralization of physical fitness. Being physically fit means exactly one thing, and it's that you're physically fit, you know? The idea that being physically fit innately makes you more kind, gracious, or anything else is not true. It might imply you're more disciplined, but even that's not the case. There are lots of people who are super, super fit, but the rest of their life is a fucking trash heap. Like, the fitness is the one routine they're able to keep, and everything else is garbage, you know? Tons of examples of that. So it really, again, it doesn't tell you shit other than a person's fit.
Our travel experience better.
So Brian, can you think about this? I see so many kids in the airport, and they have an iPhone or an iPad, and their parents have them scrolling through it. If you can get your child into a play area, have fun, burn some energy. I don't know about you, but as a parent traveling with kids, I want them to fall asleep on the plane, right? So if I can burn a little energy as opposed to having them watch movies or play games on an iPad, it's a way better experience for the parents, but also it's better for the kids. And so we're open to all ideas.
Again, just like, no, you would never do this as a parent. If you did this as a parent, I think you're absolutely insane. At least an outdoor playground is outdoors, right? The disease, the plague fumes can kind of dissipate out into the open atmosphere. But the raw diseases per square inch on airport playground equipment must be... And you know, have you seen how filthy our airports are? When was the last time any of that stuff got cleaned? Seriously.
Airports might come back to us. Someone might reach out to the airport and say, hey, I got a better idea on how we could use some of this money to make the experience better, which is, by the way, President Trump cares about making everything better in America. And this is just one sliver of it. We're open to all kinds of ideas that can fit into this amount of money, this pot of money that could make our airports.
We got the money first. Now we're looking for ideas. Nobody has any clue what's going on. We're just riffing over here. Please give us something to work with here. Just give us a hacky sack station at every airport. Bungee cords. Terminals are pretty big, right? What if there was a ladder to get to the top and you could do bungee jumping off the top? Yeah.
More efficient and better for the traffic.
Hire more air traffic controllers. No! We refuse!
And Mr. Secretary, I think it's also, especially, you know, you're a father of 9, nursing pots. You know, you get stuck, you find out you're delayed 2 hours, and that's something the mom's got to see more of, right?
So I've heard more moms, even from the White House, to, you know, people who reached out to me. I don't nurse. Males don't nurse, I don't think, Brian.
Another consequence of transphobia being normalized as a mainstream policy position of the right is that everything can get really weird really quickly now. It was never like this. Back in the days when nobody knew what trans people were, conservatives who were anti-trans didn't bring up trans people or like gender or sex all the time. They just didn't talk about them. But now we get shit like this every fucking day from conservatives, you know? It's like how TERFs are always talking about children's genitals. They love that shit. They won't shut the fuck up about it.
But moms have said they want a nursing pod that's clean, that works, that they can be private, right? If they are pumping or they're with their baby, they don't want to be out in public. And so to curate a space for them and make sure we're, you know, trying to build families, support families, and especially those who want to nurse, it's positive. And again, I've heard more complaints about broken, dirty pods for women to nurse. And part of the money, Brian, the airports have to clean them. A nursing mom deserves a clean space to nurse, and so if they take this money from us, they also have to commit to making sure they're clean for mothers who are.
Here's the RFK airport breast speech. Okay.
Invigorated and robust and healthier. Another experience that I've had with all these kids in airports is the availability of nursing spaces, nursing pods, nursing rooms. All of the ingenuity of corporate America, all the resources, all the resourcefulness has not produced an infant formula that is superior in nutrition and all the qualities that we want to the infant formula that God made, which is the infant formula in a mother's breast. We at HHS are encouraging mothers to breastfeed as long as possible because there is no better food for your brain, for your gut microbiome, for your physical growth, for your emotional growth, than what's in God-given breast milk. And
my point exactly with the transphobia bit, man. It's so, if you showed this to people from like 15 years ago, they would be losing their mind. What do you mean this is just how conservatives talk now? This is the staunch conservatives, the suit and tie wearing, we're going to bring back God, family, law, and order values. This is how they talk now? This is what they were like. This is the vernacular they're comfortable with when speaking publicly to the fucking news channels?
This airport has some very, very good, impressive facilities that we just toured. But a lot of airports are not very family-friendly in that sense. And one of the projects that we're hoping that the airports will spend money on is...
I hate to say it, but he is right. Breastfeeding is super important. Yeah, but all he would have to say is breastfeeding is very important for the health of a young infant. That's literally all he would have to say. You can say that so normally. Studies have, as director of the, you know, Department of Health and Human Services, studies have shown consistently that breast milk is very important for the development of a young infant, and that's why we feel it's so important to keep these stations clean and secure. That's it. That's not weird at all. That's super normal now. I made it normal. They choose to make it weird.
It's improving the experience for mothers who want to travel with their babies. And then finally, to give people, Americans, particularly children, the ability to have physical activities in the airport, have playgrounds. Our kids say 1 out of every 5 American kids is obese. About 75% of our kids are not meeting the minimum for daily physical activity. Our children are spending, on average, more than 5 hours a day.
I can't listen to him anymore. Hey guys, we found a way to make airports more fun. It's weird how long he's staying on it too. Hey, speaking of that mobility stuff, I finally did like a full I did a full run of that mobility, like stretching, like that power stretching where you're doing it dynamically and you're not doing static stretches the other day. And I went from like not being able to touch my feet by about a foot to being able to put the first knuckles on the ground without my knees bending. Was feeling super limber. I mean, low bar, but you know. using formula is not worse than using breast milk. I'm pretty sure it is, but not by as much as it used to be. I think the difference is that the formula has the nutrients, but the breast milk has the like you're getting like a dose of the like bacterial biome of the mom. You're getting like the immune system shot directly into your the antibodies and shit. Getting it pumped. Yeah, you're getting the full probiotics, so on and so you're getting everything, you know. So it's not just like the nutrients, it's a bunch of other stuff. And I don't think that formula can replicate all of that, but it's not like it's not gonna like kill an infant to be raised only off formula. You know, I think you're just I think it's just suboptimal. Also better for the baby's psychological health too, but not by much. Yeah, I don't know about that, but sure, maybe. I don't know. People are complicated. Could you do that with yogurt? I don't think infants can have yogurt. I think infants can have exactly one thing, and that's breast milk. Or, like, stuff designed to be breast milk. I don't think they can eat other stuff. I think that, like, Yoplait yogurt would instantly kill a 3-month-old. I could be wrong. Did you know babies can't have water? Yeah, no, just milk. They don't want water. You're watering them down, okay? Their whole internals, they're like a sack filled to the brim with amniotic fluid and you know, orange Fanta or whatever, and you're watering it down if you put water in there. They just can't digest it? That's fucked up. Can you show us the stretches you've been doing? No, not till I'm better at them. I have to be able to mog you. Yeah, human babies suck. Those stats are just not there. Not there at all. Can you link the channel for the stretches? I showed them yesterday. I showed it yesterday. Human babies are also ugly as fuck. Facts. Well, actually, because, like, aren't newborn kittens also ugly? Well, no, kittens are cute looking after, like, the first day. But I think that human babies take a while to not look like disgusting alien blobs. Everything's disgusting looking minute 1 after being born. It's just that most animals, a day or so after, you get, you know, it levels out a little bit more. Your head seems weirdly small today. Well, I am wearing a hoodie, so. White babies are ugly? No, okay, all babies are ugly. Fuck you. What the fuck is with the race war shit? They look like weird blobs, whether they're black or Asian or whatever, okay? Fuck you. Oh my god. You people trying to do baby racism? Like, they don't have enough problems. They can't even digest water. All right, we got shit to talk about. Can I piss first? Is that legal? Can a white boy get a little urinary with it? No? All right, unsubscribe then.
And also chat. Wow. I'm so fucking sore. From the stretches. Major Ukraine victory. Nice. We'll get to that when we get to that. Okay. Former Majority Report contributor Komiki Konst and Bill de Blasio caught in cheating scandal that forces Mamdani? What are you talking about? Mamdani icing out Bill de Blasio as cheating scandal spirals. Huh. What cheating? Oh, cheating like adultery. Relationship with DEM consultant Nomiki Konst ended after an alleged affair. More dirty laundry. Expansive podcast interview. Mamdani is icing out de Blasio as the scandal proliferates and frustrations grow over alleged promises to wield influence in the incoming mayor's administration. Huh. Okay, I mean, this just seems like, this literally just seems like dirty laundry. You know, I don't really think this reflects very much on Mamdani. Ex-AT&T spokeswoman raises $500,000 selling tastefully risque pictures for LA wildfire victims. What? Oh, good for her. The LA fire victims get money and she gets a huge boost of ego. You know? People are like, why do beautiful women have to cheapen their body by selling naked pics? If I was a hot woman, I'd be insanely slutty. Are you kidding? And so would you. You'd love the dopamine hit. Are you kidding me? You, as a man, are still thinking about that time that a Safeway cashier complimented your hat 2 years ago, and you're going to pretend that if you were a hot, stacked broad, that you wouldn't be using that everywhere you could? Come on. What is Nomiki? That is a name. Anyway, it's probably good for Mamdani to be, how would you put it? Critical, careful with who he associates with, you know? Obviously, Bill de Blasio and him have had a good relationship, but at the moment, it's okay to ice things off a little bit, especially if he's in, you know, he's dealing with his own business. Okay, sorry. Just dirty laundry. Don't really care. De Blasio did the same thing as Lander and said he would basically be the shadow mayor. Morons. I don't think he... Yeah, a lot of people... There are a lot of big egos in politics. A lot of big egos in politics.
The nation's historical preservation group is now suing the Trump administration over its plans to build a giant ballroom over at the White House.
A little late, huh? They're not really plans anymore. He's already knocked down the fucking East Wing.
Back in October, the Trump administration quickly demolished the White House East Wing to make room for the ballroom for this project.
It's crazy this happened, and everyone immediately stopped talking about it. The White House said, we're only adding a building, we're not damaging anything. And then they damaged the edge of the East Wing, and they were saying, oh, no, they're just removing the facade so they can extend it. And then they destroyed the entire East Wing. Literally, just doot. Didn't tell anyone about it. Not even Republicans. They didn't even warn Republicans about it. And then the next line was them being like, well, no one liked the East Wing anyway.
CNN's Brian Todd. Brian, why is the National Trust taking this dramatic step? And this is a lengthy lawsuit.
It's not a dramatic step. The dramatic step was knocking down a portion of the White House, a historical building, to build a gigantic, ugly Labubu Dubai Expedition 33 art direction coded ballroom.
A lengthy lawsuit, Wolf, 47 pages. It was filed just moments ago. We have a copy of this lawsuit now. To answer your question, Wolf, they are suing because they want this project halted, first and foremost, and they're suing because they
What do you
said
mean
that the
E33's art direction is great? Award-winning, even.
White House and its allies and certain agencies like the National Park Service did not get the necessary approvals or conduct the necessary reviews. We have a copy of this lawsuit. You see the pictures here. This has been what many people have been complaining about, the demolition of the east wing of the White House that began in October.
Always with the language. Always with the language. Always with the fucking sane washing. Always with the minimization that many people are complaining about. An explicitly illegal destruction of the White House done purely at the behest of the president. It is not the president's house. It's the White House. It's the American president. It's not Trump's building. It is the building of the American presidency. He can't just single-handedly do it. But, you know, there are no legal consequences. Oh, it's just what people have been complaining about. You know, always launder, always launder.
For the construction of a 90,000 square foot ballroom. And just moments ago, as Wolf mentioned, we've obtained a copy of this lawsuit from the National Trust for Historic Preservation. They are suing the National Park Service. They are suing President Trump himself, plus the National Park Service, plus the Department of the Interior and Interior Secretary Douglas Burgum and others over the construction of the ballroom where the East Wing and the colonnade used to be. And here is just one quote from one of the initial pages of the lawsuit. Quote, "No president is legally allowed to tear down portions of the White House without any review whatsoever. Not President Trump, not President Biden, and not anyone else." And
yeah, no shit. Meanwhile, the CNN anchors are like, some people make this claim.
No president is legally allowed to construct a ballroom on public property without giving the public the opportunity to weigh in. President Trump's efforts to do so should be immediately halted, and work on the ballroom project should be paused until the defendants complete the required reviews that should have taken place before the defendants demolished the East Wing and before they began construction of the ballroom and secure the necessary approvals. What they are also saying is that there are two entities from which the White House needed to seek approval and at least a review of this project.
It's so ugly, man. The White House was already a pretty ugly building, but just like the whole thing neoclassicism is trying to deliver is this like boring, banal, you know, uniform symmetrism. Symmetrism isn't a word. I'm hungry. I'm fucking hungry, man. And they've just fucking destroyed it. Yeah, it does look like a tumor. It looks hideous.
National Capital Planning Commission and the Commission of Fine Arts, and according to this lawsuit from the National Trust.
I honestly like what he did to the Rose Garden. Okay, so do you think, I'm looking at the options. Do you think 1 hour, 12 hours, 1 day? How long until you get to chat again? What do you think would be better? Pitch me your, tell me what you think justice is below the belt. I'm waiting for a response. I want to hear from below the belt. Maybe they're not caught up in the stream. Maybe they're like 5 minutes behind, so I'm not going to get a response. Until the ballroom is done. That would be a perma. All right. No, I'll just do an hour.
For historic preservation, the White House did not seek any review from those agencies and did not seek any public input on this project. Now, I can tell you also, Wolf, we are reaching out to the White House for comment. Our colleague Kevin Liptak is handling.
You remember that video of UA5 Mario? That one, okay? Spiritually, that is what the White House ballroom is. That's what Trump has made the Oval Office too. It's literally it's the American presidential equivalent of that. Everything is maximalist, loud, and extremely ugly and shiny.
that right now. We should be able to get that from Kevin in just a moment. But what I will say is that the president has had this in his sights to renovate this area, to do a ballroom for years, not just months, years, including before he came into office. He said he offered the Obama administration, that he said he would pay for it. The Obama administration, he said, never got back to him. President Trump has said many times that he believes this is necessary, that people who come to the White House for certain events, they have to go to a tent that's kind of separate from the main body of the White House. And in bad weather, a lot of people who are here for balls and things like that, they just get kind of disheveled, having to walk through the rain and get into a tent. That's been his perspective. God. He's been eyeing this for a long time. His idea is to make this very much like the Donald Trump ballroom at Mar-a-Lago. It's going to look a lot like that.
And there are plenty of other ballrooms, and I've been to many of them, right near the White House, huge ballrooms that they could go to, and not just a tent. I've been to the tent on the backyard of the White House, on the north lawn of the White House, and the south lawn of the White House as well. And that east wing was beautiful, and too bad it's been destroyed. All right, Brian, thank you very, very much. Kevin Liptak is over at the White House right now. This has been a huge priority for the president, and as Brian just said, you're working to get some reaction. Are you learning anything?
Yeah, the White House hasn't responded to this lawsuit specifically, but I'll tell you that White House officials have sort of downplayed criticism from this particular group, the National Trust for Historic Preservation, which you'll remember back in October, as this project was getting underway, actually wrote a letter to the White House asking them to pause work, to go through some of these various boards for review. And the White
Somebody
House
earlier said that the architect for the project has been fired. Is that true? Is that true?
Said at the time that this trust, the National Trust for Historic Preservation, was comprised of, quote, loser Democrats and liberal donors. And so you see them kind of shrugging off the criticism. We should say that this body is chartered by Congress, tasked with preserving some of the nation's historic buildings. It actually does have a relationship with President Trump dating back to the 1990s. It worked with him on some projects at Mar-a-Lago. So he does have sort of an existing relationship with this body. Going back several decades. We should say that the boards that this group is now requesting and demanding that the court require that the administration go through, the National Capital Planning Commission, is now stocked with President Trump's appointees. It's led by Will Scharf, who's the staff secretary at the White House.
Don't use the word corruption. That would be partisan.
That this project will eventually go before that body, but that its purview and that its remit does not cover demolition. And that is why they say this project didn't go before that board before they began tearing down the East Wing, but that once sort of vertical construction begins, that it will go before that body. And so whether this lawsuit sort of spurs that action and prompts them to go more quickly remains to be seen. But you're right.
Yeah, who knows if anything's going to come from it. Just kind of hard to imagine there are any legal consequences for anything anymore. If you're him, of course. What is this?
Sources say the US Food and Drug Administration intends to put a black box warning on COVID-19 vaccines. That warning is the FDA's most serious tool used to warn users about life-threatening risks linked to a product. For reference, opioids carry a black box warning due to the risk of abuse, addiction and overdose. Health Secretary RFK Jr. has repeatedly questioned the safety of COVID-19 vaccines. CNN's Meg Tyrrell has more.
Well, we've learned that the FDA is finalizing plans to put its most serious warning on COVID-19 vaccines. It's called a black box warning, and it shows up really at the top of...
Questioned? Yeah, again, like factually covering the news as partisan, you know? Thank God the administration isn't better at this. That you realize this stuff has to be like mandated in organization. Like in CNN, they are saying, can we say what Trump or his officials have said, or would that be bad? You know, would our owner, would Ellison or whatever, would he allow us to do that? Can we say what they said, or do we have to not only lie to defend them, but lie to cover up what they have proudly admitted? You know, we're doing like their propaganda on their behalf.
prescribing information outlined in a black box so that prescribers and patients are aware of really serious risks that can be associated with products. Typically, this is reserved for situations where a medical product might be associated with the risk of death or life-threatening or disabling reactions. And really, it's there so that prescribers and patients can weigh those potential risks against the benefits of any intervention that they're considering. Now, we've learned that this is in the process. It's not finalized and could still change, but it comes after a memo was issued in late November by the FDA's vaccines chief, Dr. Vinay Prasad, which claimed that the COVID-19 vaccine has been linked to the deaths of at least 10 children. Now, this is a claim that outside experts say they haven't seen data to support and question if that is part of the impetus for adding this label to the vaccines, whether that is an appropriate course of action. Typically, also, the procedure for something like this involves a really public process. The FDA typically, experts tell us, would let the public know that it's weighing this safety risk, sometimes call an outside panel of advisors to meet to discuss the safety data and whether to add this to the labels of a medical product. And so far, of course, we haven't seen any of that take place. Now, we have reached out to the Department of Health and Human Services, which tells us in a statement, quote, unless the FDA announces it, any claim about what it will do is pure speculation. The FDA takes very seriously any death that is attributed to a regulated medical product. We should also point out this is just the latest in a series of efforts under the Trump administration's health officials during this administration to weaken confidence in COVID-19 vaccines. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Weaken confidence, but never lie. Never lie. Never lie. I can't watch CNN for long anymore. I used to have a greater tolerance for it. I feel like there was a window of time earlier in the administration where people were still outraged enough at the audacity of Trump and the people around him that they would incredulously cover the insane stuff that he was doing. But now everything is sane washed. It's like it's just, oh yep, here's the date today. What's the one thing they can't? Can they sane wash it? Where's the goddamn Epstein footage release? Where is it? House Democrats released more photos from the Epstein estate. And thank God, not only do they implicate Trump, they implicate Clinton, too. It was actually a pretty wide scattershot. They got Bill Gates in there as well.
The House Oversight Committee are releasing brand new photos from the estate of the late convicted sex offender, Jeffrey Epstein. And they show powerful figures like President Trump, Trump advisor Steve Bannon, and former President Bill Clinton. None of those released images depict any sexual misconduct, nor are believed to depict underage girls. It was not immediately clear when or where they were taken, or by whom, for that matter. I want to go live right now to CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins, who's been working the story for us.
I knew Bannon was tied with Epstein, but I didn't know how close they were. Oh, no. We've known. Bannon and Epstein have had a close relationship. Bannon has tried to pull Epstein in to continue supporting Trump. Like, they've been together.
Caitlin, what are we learning from these new images?
Well, this is some reporting I've done with my colleague, Annie Breyer. And basically what we're getting and what we're seeing being released today are photos from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. It's from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which has been turning over emails and other records of his from his life. This latest production is over 95,000 photos that he had on his computer, on his email server. And basically what they do, Wolf, is just reinforce.
I really like this one. I saw this one on Twitter. There are a bunch of photos of Epstein and Bannon together. Here's a framed picture of what looks like a passed out girl on a couch. I haven't scrutinized the photo too closely. That's definitely like the snap impression that I get of it, just here framed on Epstein's desk.
And shed new light on the extent of the many powerful people that were in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. I mean, you can see this when you look through these pictures, and they're available to scroll through in our story on CNN.com right now. And there are people including the current president, President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. A lot of these people that we knew had been linked to Jeffrey Epstein in the past, Wolf. But basically, this is just showing new angles of those relationships. And they're incredibly personal.
When you line up for the fit pick. There's Epstein and Bannon. There's a lot of photos of them together. It honestly makes me think, like, I never felt like Bannon was that big of a player, you know, but I guess he must have been considering how close he was to Epstein.
Photos, and some of them and others, they're a bit silly. Some, it's kind of hard to even explain what you're looking at. We've published the ones that we've been able to online, though, and basically they just show all the high and powerful people in his orbit. Well, there's one where it's got Bill Clinton with Epstein. There's one that includes Steve Bannon, who, as you remember, was a huge advisor to President Trump from his 2016 campaign and also worked for him in the White House. And they're just really remarkable images showing what Jeffrey Epstein's life was like before he became ensnared in all of this trouble and when he was eventually, of course, charged and indicted for sex trafficking young underage women. And I should note, Wolf, as you noted, none of the pictures that we're releasing today that we've gotten our hands on show any sexual misconduct. We don't believe any.
The Dropbox photos are linked here. Yeah, it is worth noting that we're only seeing the small snippet of photos that were immediately sort of scanned and processed and released and interpreted, because the drop was 95,000 new photos from the Epstein estate. In all likelihood, there are many interesting ones in there. It's just, it drops, you pull the first 5 you see. What are you going to do?
Show any underage girls. It's really just speaking more to Jeffrey Epstein's life and what that looked like. And lawyers for his estate basically told the committee that they had photos, they have videos that were taken at any property that was owned, rented, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein for about 30 years. So that just kind of tells you the span of what you're looking at here, as Jeffrey Epstein was surrounding himself with a lot of powerful people, which, of course, we now know also helped insulate him at times from the crimes he was committing.
Let's go live right now to our senior reporter, Annie Grayer, who's working the story for us. What
degenerate fucking parasites? Yeah, it's crazy, man. I can't, it's like the most insane, uncharitable, conspiratorial arguments about the nature of the ruling class are all correct. I mean, not about them being like lizards or aliens or reptiles or Jewish or whatever, but about them being demonic pedophiles, yes. And it's just day-to-day news, and nothing's going to be done about it at all. And what's more, the people who most aggressively believed all the Pizzagate stuff are now #1 fans of one of the main people implicated in all this. You can't forget that part of the story, These conspiracy theorists were looking for evidence for decades of the top-level conspiracy, child sex trafficking, so on and so forth. Finally, it's all here. Everyone can see it. It's not a conspiracy anymore. It's just very open. It's out in the open, and they're pretending it's not there. They just want to defend Trump.
are we learning, first of all, Annie, from these new images, and what are lawmakers saying about all of this?
Well, Wolf, there are 19 images released by the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee.
What causes people to be like this? I think that if you're an evil oligarch, or if you rule the world and you have your secret mansions and private islands, it just makes you a pedophile. Because the French aristocrats were like this. Presumably the Germans were like, this is probably the case all over the world, which is when you have infinite power and you're distinct from every other group of people and you're evil and you hurt people with every decision that you make, you delight in the idea that you can partake in these degenerate actions and no one can hold you accountable for it, It's crazy how reliably things gravitate towards that, Yeah, rules don't apply to you, whatever. It's always the fucking men. Mao did this shit. Stalin did this shit. It's every time, all over the world,
And they're still combing through over 95,000. But these photos really give us an inside look into the most powerful men in the world that Jeffrey Epstein was connected with. And 3 of those photos include President Donald Trump. One of them is with the president and 6 women whose faces are blurred out. There's another photo of the president and 1 woman whose face is blurred out, and a third photo of the president, Epstein, and a woman whose face is not blurred. Then there is a photo of what appears to be a box of novelty condoms condoms with President Trump's face on it, with a price tag of $4.50, with the caption saying, "I'm huge." And Trump is not the only one who is featured in these photos. There's also images of Alan Dershowitz, Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, Woody Allen. These are some of the most powerful men in the world that have been known to be connected to Epstein previously, but these photos just provide more context on their relationship. There's no evidence of sexual misconduct or sexual activity in these photos, and it doesn't appear that any of the women in these photos are underage, but they come from...
I don't know if you know that. How are you... Their faces are blacked out, and it's like grainy photos from the 80s. How could you possibly...
Epstein's Gmail account. It's unclear who took these photos or what the context was around them, but it's part of the Oversight Committee's broader investigation into Epstein, where they've received thousands of documents. Listen to the top Democrat on the Oversight Committee who spoke with reporters this morning upon these new photos release.
It will take days and weeks to ensure that we got those photos and that a redaction is done in the appropriate way. Let me just also say that clearly we have put out, I think maybe 15 to 20 of those photos this morning. Democrats have. We will continue.
Yeah, they're combing through them. They're censoring faces and stuff like that. The total drop has that many photos, but it's getting like dripped out publicly, you know? Why did DEMS implicate Clinton and all those billionaires? Personally, I think it's fantastic that the Democratic House Oversight Committee was willing to not only release these photos, but release one with Bill Clinton featured in its center prominently. Because we know one of the big reasons they've been hesitant to jump on the Epstein stuff is because they don't want to implicate Bill Clinton, because he's one of the, you know, the pillars of the party, or at least he was. So if they're willing to do away with that, they've been pretty aggressive with the Epstein stuff. I want them to keep that up. It's just been a quiet couple of weeks.
To put out more photos in the days and weeks ahead, but I just caution folks that the redaction process and ensuring that we are protecting the survivors and the women who were abused by Epstein are protected.
Now, Republicans on the panel who are also conducting this investigation are accusing Democrats of cherry-picking photos here because, again, these are only 19 photos released over the 95,000 that the committee will have access to and start combing through. But all of this comes as we are waiting for the Department of Justice to release all of the files it has on the Epstein case in its possession that is required by law after passing in Congress last month.
Clearly, there's been an enormous amount of information that have been provided to Congress and the Justice Department, for that matter, from the Epstein estate. Do we anticipate there's a lot more still to come?
Well, that is a moving target, Wolf, but this investigation is ongoing, and the Epstein estate has been extremely cooperative with the committee and provided some of the biggest bombshell pieces of information that we've received so far, including that birthday book from over the summer where President Trump appeared to have written a birthday note to Epstein. So there's a lot of treasure trove of information in there, and we'll wait to see if any more comes out.
Republican Congressman Thomas Massie of Kentucky is speaking about the decision to release that and to release more documents. He's in favor of releasing more of the Epstein files. Listen to this.
But we'll see. Have you seen some of these photos that Democrats on the House Oversight Committee put out this morning from the Epstein estate?
I have not.
You know what's interesting, by the way? I never ever see anybody ask Steve Bannon about this. I'm sure some people have, but, you know, he does have his media appearances from time to time. There are so many people who should be getting asked about this. I don't know why, you know, Bill Gates, all these fucking people. But they, I don't know. It all got like leaned in so hard on Trump specifically, and now for the most part it seems like nobody's heart is even in it. Honestly, it feels to me like the Democratic Party, you know, has been pretty fucking quiet since the elections last month. I can't actually think of anything the party's done, notably done, since the elections in November. Because they just exhausted all their energy.
Generally, the DOJ is on
Oh, yeah, they gave up on the shutdown.
clock. They have less or just about a week to comply with your law and release the files. Do you have faith that the Department of Justice will do that and comply with the law?
I've been encouraged. They went back to the three judges and asked them to release grand jury material in light of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. And all three judges have reversed their prior stance, but for a good reason. They cite the Epstein Files Transparency Act. So you've got three grand juries that are going to release all their materials, redacted with the victims' names, to the DOJ. So it's a good sign that the DOJ went back and asked for that grand jury material.
If DOJ doesn't release the files it has by next Friday, is there anything Congress can do to compel that to happen?
Well, I mean, it's a crime if they don't. It's not.
That's true. Once again, CNN sane washing. If the DOJ decides not to release the files, oh, you mean violates the law? You mean ignores something specifically outlined in a bill that passed through the House, the Senate, and then was signed by the President of the United States of America? That's the that's the thing we're just asking nonchalantly. What if they do that? I don't know. What if they do that?
Not like they're in contempt of Congress because they didn't respond to a subpoena. This is a new law with, criminal implications if they don't follow it. But I was encouraged, again, by the fact that they went back to these three judges and got the judges to release the grand jury material to the DOJ.
Thank you.
Is that grand jury material enough, do you think, to comply with the law?
No, the grand jury material is just a small fraction of what the DOJ...
Well, we'll see what the DOJ ends up releasing and how censored it is. Fuck! I was about to say, let's move off of CNN for a second, and then I saw the clip somebody sent me. Yeah, I saw this. Chuck Schumer refusing to say that he disagrees with Trump's actions with Venezuela.
Do you disagree with President Trump's ultimate goal of regime change in Venezuela?
Look, the bottom line is President Trump throws out so many different things in so many different ways, you don't even know what the heck he's talking about. Obviously, if Maduro would just flee on his own, everyone would like that. But we don't know what the heck he's up to when he talks about that. So it's very, very, you cannot say, I endorse this, I endorse that, when Trump is all over the lot, not very specific, and very worrisome at how far he might escalate.
Do you disagree with President Trump's ultimate?
Yay. Genuinely baffling. They really do hate us, man. They really, 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 really do. All right, 1 second. I forgot to cover this the other day, which is unfortunate. The thing we all predicted happened. Nobody expected otherwise, but after the Democrats caved on the government shutdown, gave the Republicans exactly what they want, but fought a month late for some reason, and Republicans said, yeah, we'll hold a vote later on extending the ACA subsidies. I know you guys have a short attention span, and I know that because I do as well. So for those of you who don't recall, the end of the ACA subsidies is what we were talking about when we were looking over those examples of people's medical plans next year, of the premiums tripling in cost. Remember that? There were stories of plans jumping from $450 a month to $1,600 a month, just absolutely insane, skyrocketing prices. Saw one recently jumping to $40,000 a year for a family of 6. Cool. Jesus. And now it's going to happen? Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, it's fucking December right now. It's December 12th. We're running out of time, man. The next year begins in 3 weeks. Less than 3 weeks. I mean, doesn't this just make things worse for midterms for the GOP?
Twitter policy wonks when they see an asteroid crash into the planet, killing 4 billion humans and ejecting 100 trillion tons of dirt into the atmosphere, causing a winter as no sunlight manages to reach the Earth and all life on Earth expires. This is going to have significant ramifications for the midterm election. Yeah, yes. This will be bad for Republicans in the midterm, but it will also be bad for, like, the lives of humans, you know? I'm virtue signaling. If you hear of Trump supporters struggling with their ACA premium costs in the next year, you know, buddy, you're getting what you voted for. And I'm happy for you. Make America great again. Am I right, folks? Hey, fuck you. They will still vote Trump? Not if they die. The Senate on Thursday deadlocked on competing proposals to avert rising healthcare premiums, blocking Democratic and Republican alternatives in an outcome that made it all but certain that expanded tax subsidies for health coverage under the ACA will expire at the end of the month. This New York Times article is also defending the Republican Party. The Democratic approach was to extend the ACA subsidies. The Republican alternative was not doing that. So in other words, Democrats wanted to fix the problem, Republicans didn't. That's why there was a deadlock. So, you know, you wouldn't get that from the New York Times. Thank you for the framing. Republicans squelched a bid by Democrats who had demanded action on the issue during the 43-day government shutdown to extend the insurance subsidies for 3 years. Democrats turned back a Republican alternative that would have replaced the subsidies with an expansion of tax-advantaged health savings accounts and direct payments of up to $1,500 to people who buy the most basic health insurance plans. Or in other words, what if we pay people enough for 1 month of their new premium cost? And also, health saving accounts are fucking awful. It doesn't fix anything. It doesn't lower the prices. The Republicans had no solution to this. They just want you to die. They just want you to die. Neither proposal could muster the 60 votes necessary. Both plans were thwarted on separate votes of 51 to 48. Wonderful, wonderful. I got family who will probably die in a couple years from this. Well, I mean, I hope not. Sorry. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's going to hit around 23, I think, million Americans. The people who are being directly impacted by this increase in premium prices are people who buy their healthcare from the ACA open market. People who, you know, they have their state's version of ACA they buy onto. But also, everyone else is going to be impacted down the line because the lowering of people who are on insurance increases the price of premiums for everyone remaining. I'm a freelancer, so this fucking sucks. Yep. I mean, me too, kind of. I mean, I'm not insured. Not going to be now, that's for sure. It's not even down the line, it's now. My company's insurance costs doubled. Seriously? Doubled? Your premiums doubled even though you're getting your coverage from a company? Sheesh. Most of the people in chat don't even know what we're talking about right now. Most of the people in chat are like, I'll simply never turn 26. I'll always be on my parents' healthcare plan. Have you talked to your parent? Have you made sure where they get their health insurance from? Talk to your parent. If you're under the age of 26, talk to your parent about where they get their health insurance from and how much their premiums are going up next year. They might not even know. They might not have paid attention to the email. Yeah, my employer-based insurance doubled too. Oh. Or we live in a country that isn't total dog shit. Ah.
Oh. You mean it doesn't have to be like this? Growing number of House Republicans sign on to effort to force vote on ACA subsidies, defying Speaker Johnson. It wouldn't make a difference. The Senate would still shut it down. But honestly, please, sure, another revolt within the Republican Party. Go for it. Why not?
The end of the month, after the Senate, health insurance premiums for more than 20 million Americans are set to soar at the end of the month, after the Senate failed to act.
After this, we'll not have time to try again before premiums shoot through the roof.
Republicans blocking an effort to extend expiring Obamacare subsidies, arguing the whole system needs to be overhauled.
Democrats' so-called plan is a 3-year extension of the status quo. No reforms, no revisions, no rethinking of the way that Obamacare works.
But Republicans have yet to agree on a plan.
As opposed to doing something actively worse. The Obamacare, like the insurance program subsidization entailed within Obamacare is awful and extremely expensive, and the best solution to this would simply be to abolish health insurance and just have single-payer healthcare. You don't even need to have single-payer. There are a million things that you could do to fix this problem that aren't even as dramatic as single-payer. Though single-payer would still be better than any of those, you know, minimal alternatives.
Many looking to the White House. More than 20 million Americans are now bracing for their health care costs to soar. Is the president prepared to let this happen, or is he going to step in?
The president is prepared to take action on health care, and he wants Republicans on the Hill to do the same.
The president has yet to release a plan of his own. During last year's campaign, he said he had concepts of a plan.
You just need a public option? Even a public option would be a fucking breath of fresh air at this point. I really don't think people understand. You all know this, right? If a person is a veteran or benefits from Medicaid or Medicare, any kind of government healthcare program, they're not actually government healthcare programs. Medicaid, Medicare, anything you get through the vets, well, depending actually on what you get through the vets, all of it is the government in some way subsidizing your access to a private health insurance program, and that private health insurance program bilks the government for every dollar they can. It is preposterously expensive. There are no options for just, hello government, I would like to pay you for your healthcare. Ever heard of Cobra? Yeah, I've heard of Cobra.
But these subsidies are expiring at the end of the year. So what is the plan, and what is he going to do to put this in place? In the
Just die.
You'll hear more from the president and from the White House on that very soon.
Speaking to Republican and Democratic lawmakers overnight, Trump teasing a potential compromise.
And I really believe we can work on health care together and come up with something that's going to be much better, much less expensive for the people, less expensive.
This isn't really teasing a compromise. He's been saying this for over a decade.
For our nation.
Huh? Click. One click. One click.
But in the meantime, millions of Americans are anxiously waiting. For some, like Stacey Cox of Utah, premiums will quadruple from about $500 a month to more than $2,100.
That's cool. Just for the exact same level of service, getting an additional like rent for a 2-bedroom apartment outside of a major city costs
$.
So to be sitting here knowing that 2 fully employed adults will not be able to afford health insurance is ridiculous to me. It makes me mad, it makes me upset, and really it just scares me.
Now, the president has suggested backing direct payments to some Americans to cover these costs, but Republicans remain...
Okay, look at the amount her cost is skyrocketing. Remember that the Republican proposal was a one-time $1,500 healthcare coupon voucher to every American. That was their solution. $1,500 a month per person? No. Scratch the month. $1,500 per person.
Trump and his congressional redistricting push.
Yeah, and Will, this is a big blow to the president. 21 Republicans in Indiana, a deep red state, rejecting Trump's calls to redraw the state's congressional map to benefit Republicans ahead of the midterms to give them 2 more House seats. Opponents saying it would have undermined the nation's electoral system. But the president pushed really hard for this, and it is.
That is true, and that is good news. But also, we're all going to die. Holy shit, that makes the Swiss system look good in comparison. You know, the American healthcare system is without question the worst in the world. There are countries with worse health outcomes, but those countries also have less money. There is no country on earth, not even close, there's no contest, that has as bad of health care as the United States for the amount of money that it gets. If you math that out and you proportion it, nothing else comes close. Of course, it's worth noting this is not actually inefficiency. This is the system working as intended, which is to siphon trillions of dollars into the medical industry, which is, by the way, one of the only industries that's actually growing right now. While the entire economy contracts, healthcare and health service are the 2 industries that are doing some of the best. The population is aging. Oh, they got plans for you, buddy. This is a direct result of the system. What's that saying? The consequence is the intention. Will this finally get Americans to riot? Nah, no shot. Republicans voted for this. They want this. ABC News is doing it too. In the Senate, meanwhile, 2 competing healthcare proposals aimed at addressing the expected premium spikes, one championed by Democrats, the other by Republicans, failed to advance on Thursday. As though they're 2 equal, oh, it's just Dems and Republicans bickering, and not Democrats looking to return the solution in its place and fix the problem versus Republicans proposing nothing. I guess you shouldn't expect much more from, yeah. Hey. Millions died from COVID. There were no riots from that. I mean, there were, but like the protests from COVID were people who were pro-COVID, you know? The anti-COVID people were upset, but they stayed inside. The pro-COVID, the people who were like, well, we want fewer vaccine mandates and restrictions and so on, they were the ones who were getting angry. We should have rounded them up. The anti-maskers, yeah.
For more on this, I want to bring in senior correspondent for KFF Health News, Julie Appleby. Julie, thank you for your time. But I'm curious, first off, what happens when the Affordable Care Act subsidies expire in 3 weeks if Congress and the president fail to act?
They won't. Well, they will. They'll fail.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that the subsidies as a whole are not going away. They're going to be smaller. They're going to be less generous. So let me give you an example. They're based on a sliding scale based on your income, and people pay a percentage of their income toward the premium, and then the premiums pick up the rest. Now, when the subsidies expire next year, there will be people who currently this year paid nothing towards their plan. There are many people sort of low and moderate income who have 0 premium plans. Those are going to go away. They're going to be paying a percentage of their household income toward that coverage. And it could be fairly small dollar amounts when you're close to the poverty line, like maybe $28 a month or to $82 a month, but that can be a significant portion of somebody's household budget, right? And on the other end of the scale, there's going to be a cap at 4 times the federal poverty level, after which there will be no subsidies available for folks in those categories. And that can also be a substantial increase. I was chatting with a couple the other day, both in their 60s. Their plan is going from $1,100 a month that they pay to $2,400 a month next year. So it can be a substantial increase. And that's because they're over that income limit of 4 times the poverty level. And just for an example, that's for a couple, that's just a little over $84,000. And for an individual, it's a little over $62,000. So the subsidies are not going to go away, but they are going to be smaller and less generous.
Well, we've been hearing about cases like that where, you know, premiums have or forecasted to more than double. But that puts it into perspective there. I mean, I'm curious.
Also, the subsidies that are remaining are for covering people who fall below, like they're at a certain poverty limit, you know? These are people who benefit from Medicaid. It's not quite the same as what's going away. If you're very low income and you benefit from Medicaid, the effect will be much lower on you because you still benefit from the Medicaid program. What is this shit? My brain is melting. What the fuck is this?
So this farm is
Why does she look like
150
that?
acres. Yeah, they're going to be farms, and there will be transmission lines that have to go through developments and farms. That's the very nature of a growing economy. Like that, everybody needs to get on board. I just don't. You know what? Buy a fake tree.
Oh, dagger right in my heart. Daggin.
What? I have a fake tree.
Daggin.
No, I have a beautiful real tree. Coming up, no time for this.
I know, I can't afford the tree.
Okay. America's a silly place. I need to get the fuck out of here, man. Nobody even pretends that anything is going to get better in the future. Even the Trump administration has basically given up on pretending that they're going to improve things. Canada's right there. I'm not moving to fucking Canada if I move. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Vancouver? Why leave Seattle if I'm in Vancouver? That's just like Seattle too. Call me naive, but I don't understand the greed strategy here. It's one thing for Americans to be on the edge of bankruptcy, paycheck to paycheck, but what's the rationale for raising prices so much that the masses have nothing within 1 year? Well, the goal is to get everyone into debt, right? The goal is you keep everyone on insurance, but everyone is in permanent debt. You want everyone to be a debt slave, basically. We created debt as a way of controlling people, you know? It's like we're dealing with things that have an inflexible demand, stuff like housing, healthcare, education, in a lot of cases, largely inflexible demand, or at least relatively inflexible. The goal isn't to drain everyone's bank account until it's zero, then they die, then the economy's over. That would be silly. The goal is to make everyone feel like, or maybe it's not a feeling, maybe it's real, you know, that the only way for them to participate in society is for them to indebt themselves to a bunch of financial institutions, which means that they're always on the hook. You can never escape the cycle. And that's the goal, right? And then you add that to Palantir, you add that to a surveillance state, a carceral state, you add that to a complicit government, and you've basically like created the world's largest slave population, you know? We're already well on our way there. We've been well on our way there for a long time. And there's always been an element of this in all like forms of, I guess, like economic hierarchy, you know, not even just capitalism. They're always trying to do this. It's just, I feel like, yeah, lately they've been doing it more and faster and like very loudly, very aggressively. Have you seen that snippet about how the fall of the Roman Empire for most citizens was one day the bridge fell and no one came to fix it? Yeah, it is important to remember that, you know? It's also important to remember that cities often outlast countries. If you live in New York and you stay there and your family stays there in the future, then your great, 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 etc. grandchildren are probably going to live there even after the name is no longer New York and the country is no longer named America. A city like that stays around forever. Look at how long Rome's been there. Look at how long Londinium has been there, you know? Those old cities just, they stay. Even if the countries don't. Well, the name's not going to change. Well, eventually they're going to have to change it to Old York, dog. They can't keep it New York forever. That's crazy. New Mamdani. Yeah. You get my point. You get my point. We'll see. The next time a bridge falls in the United States, I wonder what they'll be able to do. You know, they still haven't fixed the Baltimore Bridge. It's going to be like that more and more, you know? You're going to have like a rot seeping in, not just institutional, but like literal infrastructural rot. Really? Yeah, no, really. They still haven't fixed the Baltimore Bridge. They're not even close, frankly. Flint was the beginning of the end, to a large extent, though I believe they've fixed Flint. I could be wrong on that. I'm pretty sure they fixed Flint. People still say Flint. They built a new one. They built a new Flint. They haven't built a new Baltimore Bridge, I'll tell you that much. It's slated to be complete in 2030. Does that not sound a little bit off to anyone? 6 years to rebuild the Baltimore Bridge? Really? I mean, a bunch of the work you've already done, like a bunch of the existing environmental architectural review, soil quality, I mean, a bunch of the groundwork for the original bridge is still useful today. I don't know. I don't know. They can't get past pricing issues? Well, yeah, that's the fucking problem, isn't it? Not to glaze China, but they would execute our infrastructure people? Oh, yeah, for sure. There's literally no reason we can't do stuff as quickly as China does. Well, there are reasons, it's just they're fixable reasons that we choose not to address. I don't know. Nice, Masaiga. Did I miss any cats or fashion tips? No, you did miss 2 hours of talking about the Game Awards, though. Missed Kino. It was pretty fun, for sure. It was pretty fun. You know, KOSA's back? A slate of 18 kids' online safety bills. It never left? Well, it's back more loudly now. While lawmakers cleared about a dozen bills without any pushback, the Kids Online Safety Act and the Children and Teens Online Privacy Protection Act both move forward on party line votes as Democrats reject recent changes to the legislation. Do. Might actually go through this time. Yeah, the internet's been fun. Good night, y'all. The CEO of NVIDIA complained about how fast we're building data centers when China could put stuff up way faster. Classic. In China, they execute billionaires for stealing. In America, we brag about how much money we siphon to them while they complain that we're not doing it fast enough. Are there no, like, is there no news coverage of KOSA? Yeah, I don't see anything. I mean, I see the article. I'm talking about video coverage. What is Rosa? KOSA, the Kids Online Safety Act. It's a bundle of censorious internet regulation bills that are packaged together in the guise of protecting children. KOSA, aka COPPA. Well, COPPA was the first one. I still remember the effect that had on YouTube. Remember? That one day that all of a sudden all your favorite YouTubers had to select whether or not the videos they put out were made for kids, and if they were made or not made for kids, they had different rules applied to them. That was a fucking mess. Deleted all my old comments on SpongeBob clips, SMH. That must have been hard. First proposed in 2022. They've been trying to get it through for a long time. KOSA, if signed into law, would require internet service platforms to take measures to reduce online dangers for their users via a duty of care provision, requiring internet service platforms to comply by reducing and preventing harmful practices towards minors, including bullying and violence, content promoting suicide, eating disorders, substance abuse, sexual exploitation, and advertisements for illegal products such as drugs, tobacco, or alcohol. If signed into law, internet service platforms would be required to include features that would protect minors and their data, ensure the ability to opt out of algorithmic recommendations, let minors delete their account and any associated data, restrict communication from non-minors, and disable addictive product features such as autoplay for videos or platform rewards. The bill would also require ISPs to default to the highest possible privacy settings for accounts that belong to minors. ISPs would be required to introduce tools for parents to better protect their children and make it easier for both parents and minors to report harmful content and to undergo independent third-party audits and issue public transparency reports detailing possible harm to minors and the efforts to address said harms. Yes, I would also like to disable algorithmic recommendations. I have fucked my YouTube shorts and regular video recommendations by watching too many videos on woodworking. And now I'm like, I would love to see like some speedrunning challenge videos. And it's literally just old men talking about planing boards. It's... Yeah, instead it's just cool joinery. Or join slop, as I like to call it, when it's like, hey, look at me use a chisel to mold two pieces of balsa wood so they fit together in an impractical way that takes 18 times as long as a regular joint and would fall apart if you pulled on it lightly. Yeah, joint slot. Everyone wants to be like a traditional Japanese woodworker, using one of those big triangle-shaped saws to cut logs into, linking pieces. Oh no, my steak is too juicy. Shut the fuck up. As amended in February 2024, most of the provisions in the bill would be enforced by individual state attorneys general, with broader enforcement falling to the FTC, having an oversight over what content is deemed harmful to children and enforcing the duty of care provision. In prior versions of the Senate version of the bill, state attorneys general would have enforced duty of care provisions, but due to concerns from LGBTQ activist groups, it was changed to be enforced by the FTC. And now the FTC is run by Trump, so that's great, It's really bad. Basically, in order to use the internet, you're going to have to age verify, and it's going to be a legal clusterfuck because everything's going to be run by individual state attorneys general, which means that websites are going to have to comply, to have like 50 different versions of every website to comply to the separate rules and regulations in every state, or they're just going to not bother and like lower accessibility across the board to make sure they're compliant with every state's regulations. It's just, it's a mess. It's an insane mess. There are some things here that I like getting rid of algorithmic recommendations and so on. But I really do not think the government should force content platforms to restrict certain content from their user. Well, in some cases I do, but I think that in some ways it's quite bad, you know? Like on one hand, if a website TOS says we do not allow for the promotion of eating disorders, I think that's good because those suck. But what's actually going to happen is that, the FTC is going to say that it's sexual grooming and abuse for children to be exposed to pro-trans content. So you're going to need to provide your government-issued ID to the website to be able to log in. And then if you're under the age of 18, they'll prevent you from seeing it, or you'll get like auto banned. Or more likely, a website would just prevent you from sharing that content to begin with because they don't want to have to bother with the potential legal ramifications for a minor using their site and seeing it in case the algorithm slips or something gets through. Ugh. It's the wrong kind of censorship. There are kinds of content restriction that are fine, that are doable, that are workable. I like restricting algorithmic recommendations. I like the idea of tamping down on the prominence of advertisements. I like the idea of certain kind of like very general but specifically worded blanket bans on certain types of content. You know, there are things that can be done, but not this. Somebody said Taylor Lorenz had a good video on this, and actually, I think that she probably would. It's just that it's 30 minutes long, you know? And that's past my attention span. You know, this is meant to only target queer people in porn. I actually think this is more expansive than that. KOSA goes beyond just some short-term, limited conservative effort to impose reactionary values or whatever. I think this is a broader, like 1984 kind of deal. I think this is like the Patriot Act. You know, this is like a long-term effort. You know what I mean? This is just like we're limiting, in the long run, we're limiting what people perceive as being acceptable online.
What we're doing is handing a weapon to the government that can be whatever the government wants. And when that weapon targets speech and ideas, it's a real big problem.
Welcome back to Free Speech Friday. Today, I want to talk to you guys about one of the most dangerous laws in Congress right now. It's called the Kids Online Safety Act, and it was recently reintroduced by a bipartisan group of lawmakers, but it's being heavily pushed by the Democrats. It's a law that claims to make kids safer online, but please don't let the name fool you, because this law would give the government unprecedented power to censor speech across the entire internet in the name of protecting kids. From mental health support communities to LGBTQ forums, KOSA endangers the very spaces.
This has come very, very close to being passed before, by the way. In fact, I think there was one time that it failed by only a single Senate vote. So, it's kind of teetering on the brink here, you know?
That young people turn to for help, identity, and connection. The Heritage Foundation has come out and said that it plans to use KOSA to censor LGBTQ content off the internet. And Marsha Blackburn, the bill's co-sponsor, said that KOSA must be passed in order to, quote, protect minor children from the transgender in this culture.
So, yeah, you're getting a pretty obvious read here. This is the modern version of the bill, the 2025 KOSA bill. But keep in mind, plenty of Democrats supported this bill in its 2023 and 2022 iterations as well. Like, it's just that now Republicans are leaning in on it. Now that they control the FTC, now they're leaning in on it and trying to use it for their own gain.
Today, to help me break the whole bill down, is Ari Cohen from the Foundation for Individual Rights and Freedom. He's a brilliant tech policy expert and one of the foremost free...
We're not going to watch the whole video, but we'll get a couple minutes. I appreciate it. This is something Taylor Lorenz definitely knows way more about than I do.
speech lawyers in the country. Ari, welcome to Free Speech Friday.
Thanks for having me.
I feel like you and I have discussed KOSA before on this very podcast, I think.
Too many times.
Okay, so this law sounds pretty good, I think, to a lot of people that don't know what's going on. Why is it so dangerous? Walk me through kind of the biggest reason why KOSA is so harmful and will lead to such censorship.
So the law includes something that's called a duty of care, and it requires social media platforms basically to protect people against certain kinds of harms like anxieties, suicidal ideations, eating disorders, things like that. That requires platforms to look at content and say, this is going to cause someone harm.
Yeah, that is the big problem. You are telling these platforms that legally they have to make subjective decisions about whether or not a type of content is harmful, and they have to moderate based on it or face legal consequences. And do you have any idea how many YouTube videos are uploaded every second? How many tweets there are? I don't think any social media company could do that. We're not talking about bans on stuff that are really easy to identify. For example, it's illegal to post or to host child pornography, as far as I'm aware, on YouTube, Twitter, social media broadly. But that's a pretty easy, like, one and done right there. That's a clean line, right? Not to say that sites like Facebook, for example, don't have a huge amount of trouble with it. At the very least, conceptually, it's an extremely clean line. You know what I mean? But now it's like content promoting harm. Content promoting eating disorders? What if it's just like a really skinny lady? You know? Like, what if it's a skinny lady who posts selfies and she's like, wow, look at how small my tummy is. But it's not necessarily like anorexia content or anything. She's just a skinny lady who likes her tummy. Right? Like, what, you know.
And if it is, what they're going to do is they are going to stop kids from seeing it because they could get in trouble if it causes some kind of damage, or even the government thinks that it might.
So I want to give people a concrete example, because when you say it requires the platforms to prevent showing harmful content, that sounds good, right? Give me an example of how that might play out in a negative way. Because I think the biggest issue here is that platforms, what someone considers harmful content, especially under the Trump administration, is LGBTQ content, right?
That's exactly right. And this duty.
Why do you think we say unalive? It's already happening. Well, you say unalive because you're annoying. But there's a difference between a platform having a flat ban on words, like having a censorship requirement, and the platform having to make subjective determinations about what is or isn't harmful. The important thing is that if you're going to have a set of rules that a massive company has to enforce over millions and millions of people, you need to make sure there are very clean lines that can be distinguished. If there aren't, then like it kind of seems like they can just do whatever they want. Like it gets really ambiguous really, really, really quickly. And there's always going to be some degree of partial, like, you know, like preferential treatment when it comes to the implementation of these rules. See how major YouTube stars have always been able to get away with breaking or bending some content rules when other channels have gotten banned for it. That's not new. But now we're not talking about TOS. We're talking about legislation, the government. We're talking about potential lawsuits, way higher stakes.
It applies to the design features. So say the content recommendation system, the algorithm that provides you what's on your feed. Take the example you just gave, LGBT content. There is a contingent on the right that thinks that kids are turning trans just because they read things on the internet.
That's true.
Say the Attorney General of the United States sends a letter to Facebook saying, this is harmful material for children. What's Facebook going to do? They're going to tailor the content recommendation system so that it excludes anything related to being transgender whatsoever, because that is the safest thing for them to do, so nobody can say you're causing kids harm. Which means you're not going to see any trans related content if you're a minor, which means if you are trans, you might think you are all alone. You are not going to be able to find support, community, resources, or anything like that in the way that I, as a little gay kid in a religious Jewish community who had never even heard of the fact there were other gay people, was able to find support and community on the internet when I was a kid. We're basically going backwards.
Yeah. And especially, I think, to do it at this time when we know other stuff that's considered harmful content is reproductive justice content, information about women's health care, anything about women's issues, civil liberties, social justice issues. These are all considered sort of harmful content, anxiety inducing.
And what's harmful content will...
You know, we've already seen this happen with content on Israel, by the way. Have you noticed? You've probably seen it yourself. Sometimes videos covering the genocide in Gaza get framed as like this content may be harmful or this content contained inappropriate. Look, posting gore or war footage is not against Twitter's TOS, but something in Twitter is flagging content that shows what Israel is doing and saying, maybe you don't want to see this actually. No, I haven't, but I'm not American. Well, you know, it's a bold, bright future we're walking towards. Bold and bright, bright and bold. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And yet Nick Fuentes' content will pass through no problem, right? Well, Nick Fuentes is banned off YouTube, to my understanding, and Twitch, so depends on the platform you're talking about. At any rate, you know, we don't need to watch the entire video. Payment processors are already doing this kind of stuff when they can. Oh, yeah. A bunch of, you know, sex workers, people who draw pornography, anyone who's doing anything lascivious, you know, they got like nuked off of PayPal, Patreon, a bunch of payment processors in general. Remember, there was a whole like wave of censorship as games were removed off of Steam. Yeah, the itch.io situation. The world is getting more censorious. And the people who are turning the dials are 100% on the right. Did that flutter off? Steam is still flooded with porn games? I don't think Steam banned porn games specifically because you're right, they're everywhere on Steam. It was something specific about that one porn game. There was something specific about it that got it flagged. It was something, it was like the content was edgier. It was like violence in a sexual context or sex in a violent context, you know? But that's pretty common in art. I mean, I don't think, this is a hot take for me, and I apologize if you guys are used to more like tepid takes from your preferred content creators, but I think rape is bad. However, it is, you know, a thing that can be featured in art. It's really just a matter of taste and implementation. I certainly don't think that payment processors should be strong-arming marketplaces into taking those games down. That's fucking psychotic. Yeah, you get me. It was literally about a game about you being able to rape women. Yeah, and raping women is bad, and the game is probably terrible. But payment processors forcing a marketplace to take items off the marketplace because of the moral concerns of the payment processor is insane. That is insane. That's like a tier 1 infrastructural fuck. Like, imagine if all of a sudden buses and trains wouldn't allow you on and cars wouldn't turn on when you turn the key because you like patronized a market and one of the items at the market. This is like Stalin shit. This is like a guy was found to be a traitor, so we're killing the family of his family of his family. You know, it's insane. And it wasn't just that one game. Yeah, a lot of other less objectionable games got torn off in the same wave as well. No. Yes, mostly queer ones. What about going after payment processors for GoFundMe projects that are funded by racism? No. Payment processors should process payments. If there are TOS concerns with any given product or fundraiser or whatever, that should be negotiated with the website or the service that hosts the product or the GoFundMe or whatever else, you know? The payment processor should have nothing to do with any of this. This is Chinese social credit score bullshit. This is like, you know, we take issue with what you've done, so now like the infrastructure that serves your life is going to start shutting down around you. It's crazy. No. Yeah, the job of the payment processor is to process the payments, as long as they're legal. And what we just described is legal. I don't know. I feel like I was at my best at the beginning of stream when we were riffing about the Game Awards. Something about today. You know, I have a couple of tabs. Let's run through these real speedy style, and then I'll read donos, okay? This fucking woman. Jasmine Crockett calls criticism of her pro-Israel stance as intellectually lazy.
People have said, I know you've seen it on social media, where people are saying that some of them aren't going to vote for you because of this pro-Israel stance. What do you have to say about that?
What I have to say is that people need to start to do their research and stop falling for the clickbait. Listen, if you loved me before, then what has changed? You can always look at my voting record and know what it is that I have and haven't voted for. But it's quite intellectually lazy if you just sit there and let somebody else tell you something and you don't go and get the
perfect Democrat response here. Scolding, no addressing the actual item. Absolutely no. Don't engage with anything that's actually said or your positions. Just everything's vague, but make sure to talk down to them. Literally, in this case.
Full picture. You can always look at my FEC filings and find whatever information it is that you seek. So what I will tell you is that I'm not going to be distracted, because at the end of the day, I can tell you that Texans are concerned about the fact that we lead in uninsured in this country. I can tell you that Texans are concerned because right now jobs are few. I can tell you that
jobs are few.
Texans are concerned because they can't afford childcare. I can tell you that Texans are concerned because hospitals are about to close down. And if you have questions, then you should just go and look at my record. I have nothing to hide. I wouldn't be running for office if I had anything to hide.
But you're being asked a question right now about your record. You're not being asked what your record is. You're being asked about your record.
But what I'm not going to do is allow people to sit here and have me on the defensive about something that they don't.
Jesus Christ, this bitch is so dumb.
Nothing to hide. I wouldn't be running for office if I had anything to hide. But what I'm not going to do is allow people to sit here and have me on the defensive about something that they don't even know what they're talking about, because it is very
It's funny because this is such an incredibly defensive response. Like, she was literally just asked, there are people concerned about your record, and she's melting down. Well, melting down's a bit of an overstatement, but she's very clearly, yeah, she's like putting herself on the ropes here. She could just answer or say anything she believes, but
easy to look up who is endorsed by who and to figure that out. That is intellectually lazy for you not to just go and look who has been.
Oh, you're concerned about the beliefs, positions, and ethics of a potential senator? You sound lazy to me. You should just look at my record and then not talk to me about it, because I don't want to. Jesus. Is this race just a social media stunt for her? I think she's been pitched in by the powers that be to keep Tallarico from winning. Nick Fuentes has to do community service as he's finally been handed down a sentence after the that time a lady showed up at his door and he pepper sprayed her on the doorstep. Along with a court-mandated anger management course, Fuentes must issue a written formal apology, compensate her $635 for the cell phone he broke, and complete 75 hours of community service before January 23. Insanely funny. Incredibly funny. Good luck with the service. Have fun with it. Will he blame Israel? Well, the woman who he knocked down does describe herself as a Jewish feminist activist, so, you know. I love the Barry Weiss, Erica Kirk clips. Every single one of them has 5 likes and 500 comments, and she's so uncharismatic.
One of the things that has happened over the 3 months since Charlie was murdered is that people have gone through the thousands, maybe tens of thousands of hours of words he produced. He said more in 31 years than most people will say in a lifetime. Yes. And I want to read a few that have captured the most attention, especially on the political left, okay?
Yeah.
Some gun deaths were, quote, unfortunately worth it to preserve the Second Amendment, he said. Acknowledging that he wishes he didn't feel this way, he said, I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. He said the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was a mistake. Now, I realize that all of those quotes come from longer conversations that he had on his show.
Correct.
But he did say those things. And Charlie is being memorialized by many people as a person who promoted civil discourse, as a person who said, come to the front of the line, let's have a civil conversation. How do you square that with the statements I just read?
I would love for everyone to be able to watch the full and entire clip of what he said. Charlie didn't care what skin color you were. He didn't care what religion you were. He loved excellence. He loved knowing that people...
It's his whole thing was he really, really cared about your skin color and your religion. He talked constantly about it all the time. They were his dying words. They're trying to MLK-ify him, except the thing is that, like, MLK in life was a civil rights icon. So when he died, it's pretty easy to turn him into a civil rights icon. Whereas Charlie Kirk, like, even people who like Charlie Kirk aren't going to care for this. They don't want to keep pretending to like him, or if this is how his memory is going to be preserved, because they're like, what the fuck? I do care about people's skin color and religion.
His favorite word was earn. He loved knowing that people worked hard to earn what they got. He worked so hard to build Turning Point USA. The first statement you meant about guns and shooting, I have no idea the context of that, and I have no idea what he was, that whole, there's a lot more there than just that one little sentence. My husband is not to be deteriorated to 2 sentences. He's not. He is a thought leader, and he was brilliant of a man. So that's fine if you want to take words out of his mouth or out of context without the whole thing in perspective. But that's the problem.
We should watch this whole thing sometime. How long do you think Erica Kirk's media tour is going to continue? It's been 3 months now, but I feel like it's not going to last that long because she really is pretty uncharismatic, you know? She's not, oh, CBS News. Your source for original reporting and trusted news. Yeah. Oh my God. 21 minutes ago, the Venezuelan opposition leader.
Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett on the holiday economy. I'm Margaret Brennan.
Yeah. Active posting. You can tell Weiss is in charge. Jesus Christ.
Information regarding my trip to Norway, but what am I going to say? How important it is for the Venezuelan people. This is a recognition to a nation that has fought tirelessly, courageously against a criminal narco-terrorist structure. And I came to receive that prize, that award, and I'm going to bring it back home to the Venezuelan people as soon as possible.
Fuck you. Hey, I'm seeing some buzz on the former Bird app. Has there been any development on the repeal of Section 230? It looks like we're talking about it again.
Thanks very much, Chairman. Thanks very much for doing this hearing. I think it's
very useful. I want to welcome and thank all of the witnesses. Ms. Woods, I'm sorry that this has become so personal.
Net neutrality? No, Section 230 is the provision that makes it so content platforms are not legally liable for the positions and opinions and so on of the people who post there. You can't sue YouTube because a YouTuber engages in slander. It's also the only way the internet can function. Without Section 230, the internet cannot function. It's not possible. It would just lead to an end of all social media. If Section 230 is revoked, all social media will be, you create a profile and the only thing that you can post is AI-generated Sora 2 videos with your animated persona, you know?
For you, there's really not much that is worse than what you have been through, and I really admire that you've come here to talk about it, because it can't be easy, and I'm grateful to you. And Ms. Smolar, as a former United States attorney, I'm always impressed by the assistant United States attorney who did the real work, and I'm delighted that you are here. And Ms. Coffin, thank you for your wonderful advocacy.
Why is he wiggling his butt?
I want to pick up a little bit on where I understand Senator Graham was with respect to getting rid of Section 230. I strongly believe that Section 230 has long outlived its use, and it is now a real vessel for evil that needs to come to an end. The laws that Section 230 protects these big platforms from are very often laws that go back to the common law of England that we inherited when this country was initially founded. I mean, these are long-lasting, well-tested, important legal constraints that they've met the test of time, not by the year or by the decade, but by the century. And yet, because of this crazy Section 230, these ancient and highly respected doctrines just don't reach these people. And it really makes no sense that if you're an internet platform, you get treated one way, you do the exact same thing, and you're a publisher, you get treated a completely different way. And so I think that the time has come. I think it's pretty widely known that there were a core 4 of us ready to proceed with a bipartisan bill, 2 and 2, and a lot of work, important work, good work, valuable work has gone in.
This would drive Discord basically out of business as people would start to infiltrate and scrape. This would end social media as a concept. There would be, the internet cannot exist without Section 230. That's it. There would not, it's not just this, it's everything. The internet could not exist. Or I guess I should say that it would not be possible for community participation on the internet to exist. No website would ever allow itself to host content that was produced by another person because they can be held legally liable for it. From YouTube to the smallest forums. What person would be willing to open a forum if they could wake up one day to find that some person who hates them in real life made an anonymous account, posted child pornography on their forum, and now that owner of the forum is legally liable for the distribution of child pornography? Like, nope. Well, yeah, anything. Wikis, forums, it doesn't matter, you know? None of this is functional.
To making sure that other members of the committee and other members...
Sounds like it probably won't get passed then. They've been trying to pass it for years, and it's gotten dangerously close multiple times.
...of the Senate have a chance to look at that and decide whether they want to join or not. And I'm at the stage right now where I think we just need to go. We just need to file that bill and start moving. And everybody else can make up their decision whether they want to join or not.
Why would social media giants allow this? My guess is that the government wants to put this out there as the big fucking censorship nuke and afterwards negotiate individually with tech companies as a way of like carving out provisions for them specifically. Not coding it into law that applies to everyone, but rather giving Meta and YouTube and so on, their own specific provisions, their own guidelines, their own expectations, carving out these deals to protect them. Yeah, centralizing power in these institutions forever and ensuring a sort of permanent relationship between the government and social media. That's my guess, Also, now with AI, it is actually possible to create social media where programs can prevent people from producing anything that's potentially vulnerable to litigation.
But continuing to delay while people deliberate whether to join or not, everybody's had plenty of time. I think this is fish or cut bait time. So I hope very much that we can proceed. I hope it's more than Core 4. I hope it's Core 8. Or Core 10, or Core 12, or perhaps even unanimous on the committee. But it really makes no sense. And stories like Ms. Woods and like the story of the Rhode Island family that was affected show how alone and stranded people are when they don't have the chance to even get justice. It's bad enough to have to live through the tragedy. It's bad enough to have to bear for the rest of your life that loss. But to be told by a law of Congress, you can't get justice because of the platform.
What he's doing right now, by the way, presumably he's speaking to some woman whose child was hurt or committed suicide over something bad online or whatever. What he's essentially saying is that it's a travesty of justice that she can't sue the website on which the harassment or abuse that her child was subjected to happened.
Not because the law's wrong, not because the rule's wrong, not because this is anything new, simply because the wrong type of entity created this harm. And, I look at what was done with the lawsuit by the Connecticut families whose children were killed in grade school, and the accountability of a loudmouth for having whipped up the false theory that that whole thing was a fake, was staged, that they were props, that their children weren't actually killed. You're never going to make that get better for those parents, but at least they know that the world listened. They at least know that they got the chance in an honest courtroom, and they at least
to end the internet as we know it, yeah.
Know that they got a victory out of it. They got a win. And the person responsible for that really vile misconduct.
Pretty sure they could just sue the person who posted it. Have you seen what the internet's like? How are you going to do that? Just delete people in a random comment thread? No. The point is that Section 230 only allows you to do that. She wants to sue the website. Revoking Section 230 would make the websites legally responsible for all content hosted on the website, whether or not they're the ones who published it.
Conduct had to face an enormous civil judgment that he's still being pursued over. And that's not nothing. So it's my statement, and let's hope that we can finally.
Not just this fucking retard, by the way. Amy Klobuchar is also a big supporter of revoking Section 230. This is from 3 days ago.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think that sentiment that Senator Hawley expressed that many of us feel about the bills that have come through the committee and the work that we've done. We know that one bill that did pass that you noted, Ms. Coffrin, thank you, was the Take It Down Act.
What consequences could this have on YouTube? Nothing gets posted? There wouldn't be a YouTube. You're thinking too small. There wouldn't be a YouTube. There are billions of videos on this platform.
the website would be legally liable for all of them. It would end the internet. The internet would stop existing in any recognizable form.
That I
There's
authored
not
with
going to
Senator
be a
Cruz,
YouTube, you stupid slut.
signed into law by President Trump. And as you know, that criminalizes the distribution of and threats to distribute non-consensual intimate images, whether they are AI created or real. And I would also add, to echo some of my colleagues, particularly Senator Graham, that it's long past time to repeal Section 230. At the beginning of his efforts on that front, I had thought, well, no, maybe we can put in these rules in place and the tech companies will work with us. And that just hasn't happened. The opposite has happened. And as we approach this 30-year anniversary, maybe it's time to do a major assessment, which takes for any parent about 1 minute, to realize the harm that has been caused by all of this. I'd start with you, Ms. Woods. Thank you for your moving testimony. Can you talk about why even the threat of non-consensual distribution of explicit images can be tragic, and why it's so vital that the law covers threats, as the Take It Down Act does, as well as reality?
So it's a number of things. First of all, our children aren't just handing out the nudes. They are being...
It's already illegal to do that. No, you don't understand. It's not enough that you can sue people for distributing, non-consensually distributing nudes. You need to be able to destroy the entire internet. You have to destroy the website that's the platform's hosted on. It's not enough that they're doing it. You have to be able to tank YouTube, Facebook, Imager, everything they're worth, you know?
Being coerced into providing them with, in regards to creating safe spaces and different things of that sort. Once the threat behind the nude comes, it's not just the nude being in existence, it's all of the threats behind it, to where they're questioning.
Would this affect news organizations as well, cable? No, because cable news, like CNN or whatever, they're already publishers. And there are different rules pertaining to that. Section 230 is internet specific. That being said, think of it as like, it does work differently there. You could sue CNN, theoretically, or at least it's been known to happen, if somebody went on CNN and then started saying and doing a bunch of stuff that was illegal. CNN isn't usually really live. You know, if something bad happens in a CNN live feed, they can cut it before it goes to TV. Remember Janet Jackson at the Super Bowl halftime show? She showed a nipple pasty and they ended up getting fined a bunch. That wasn't anyone's fault but Jackson's and the man next to her, you know? But because that was actually live, they couldn't hide it. And there were consequences for that, even though it's not really, like, fair. You know, like, why should there be a fine for that if it was just her and, yeah, Timberlake, you know? But that's how it works over there. The rules are different. But the internet could not function without Section 230.
What they're actually doing, and they're becoming desperate and willing to do whatever they can to get rid of that image. It is embarrassing to them. We tell kids all the time, if you put it on the internet, it won't go away. My son in particular was threatened. He was actually slated to be #1 in the state of Ohio in 110 hurdles. And they told him he would never run track again. They told him he would be labeled a pedophile because he was under 18, and they did have a nude photo of him. It becomes far more than the embarrassment of the actual picture, but the actual torture that comes after the picture. Right. And so by them being able to take it down as an option, it takes a weight off of them. And they are able to address all the other issues that come after it. But once we take that photo away, then we can battle everything else. And I think that helps them with that.
Thank you. Thank you. And as you know, Ms. Coffrin, the Take It Down Act gives victims not only the rights with regard to the people doing this, but the rights to demand that the social media platforms take these images down. I wrote a piece today in the New York Times about AI and just how important it is to allow the states to keep doing their work while we're waiting on the leadership to bring up these bills for a vote. I just believe that if you
And who is paying these politicians to be in favor of getting rid of this? I really don't think this is like a specific sinister corporate interest. I think this is partly boomers not understanding how things work. And
you know, being very susceptible to these emotional narratives. And also just, yeah, the Central Intelligence Agency. It's the ability to implement a level of direct control over how the internet functions and how it operates and how it's structured that is unprecedented in modern history. You don't have to repeal 230 to accomplish that. This is disingenuous. Well, of course. Well, yeah, they're lying here. They're lying right now. Yeah. Revoking Section 230 is like the perfect weak points, like the chink in the armor, you know, because it's incredibly impactful, but the vast majority of people have no idea what Section 230 is. So there's not a huge it's not like a bunch of public backlash, you know.
Are not going to do anything federally, you better do something in the states, but also that you've got to hold these platforms liable. And could you talk about that?
Sure. The biggest threat that children face is not necessarily a criminal justice proceeding or the fear of what's going to be happening next. They just want their images down. So the threats that these bad actors are using against them is actually a recirculation of the same diatribes that we've been telling children for years in a prevention type method. Don't do this action, or once it's out there, it's always out there and you'll never get it back. That has to change. The Take It Down Act changes that significantly by requiring that company to within 48 hours to be able to be removing that. Children need to know that they have that right for that content to come down so that the threat to recirculate, there's power taken away from that and the child gets that power back. So that act is really revolutionary because historically what we've seen is companies taking, a week, 2 weeks, sometimes non-removals at all. And the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children publishes our data about the companies that we send notices for.
But if a company fails to comply with a takedown request, you can already get them in trouble for that.
Companies that take it down, how long it takes them to take it down, and which companies choose not to. All that information is public, and we're trying to make sure that people can find that and are aware.
That'll be very, very helpful for all of us. Ms. Mueller, a short question here, little related but different topic. Senator Blackburn and I introduced the National Human Trafficking Database Act to establish a national human trafficking database at the DOJ's Office for Victims of Crime to incentivize states to report data, a little bit along the lines of what we're hearing from Ms. Coffrin on the Take It Down bill. Can you talk about the data sharing in this area and how it can empower law enforcement to protect victims of human trafficking?
Yes, thank you, Senator. Human traffickers move victims across state lines all the time. That's how they make money. That is how
have to do with suing websites?
They get more victims by crossing state lines. So having nationwide data for law enforcement is invaluable to be able to talk to their colleagues in different states, to get information on different traffickers, on victims. We try to rescue victims all the time. So without that data, you can't do that.
I have a feeling this is going to get pushed through. Well, if it does, you'll hear about it from me. Certainly affects my job. Yeesh. Or not. Well, I doubt it'll be implemented immediately after the bill passes. You with what website? Okay, buddy, just put the $5 donations in the bag. Is it too conspiratorial to think this is like Palantir or Project 2025 back? No, everything is Palantir. This is known. Candylex, thank you for the very kind 5 gifted tier 1 subs before the stream even began. And Good Faith Goblin, thank you for the 3. Fuck ice. You said that. I'm agreeing with you. Sake, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. And thank you for the additional 5 gifted tier 1 subs. We need to normalize negging of this administration's officials. Nope. Sorry, bucko. I've seen CNN. I see what it looks like now. It's impossible. You can't even be a little bit mean. You can't even question them. Vivian, thank you for the $5. Welcome back to the United States. Happy to hear you had a good time studying in Svalbard for 5 months. Everything's fine over here. Treeglorp, bro, thank you for the super kind tier 4 sub. Gotta get to the tippy top? Absolutely, and you are at the very tippy top of the donation tier. Hersberg, thanks the tier 1 sub. Leon, help. Piotr Online, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Next Game Awards will be held in Riyadh with 8 more free-to-play categories. Oh, you know it. It's all going to be Gotcha Slop. Albatross, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Now, the Ghostmaker, thank you for the tier 1 sub. The Last Cookie, thank you for the $10. Remember the DCA crash in January? Congress doesn't want you to? What is this? New defense bill could undermine aviation safety changes after DCA crash. Provision. Rollback safety improvements that were recommended by the agency after the Oh, dude, we're so fucked, man. Are you fucking kidding me? Everything's falling apart. They put forward some safety recommendations, and then in the next Defense Authorization Act, they're like, nah, take them back. That rule that said that you have to check to make sure that your flight path doesn't directly intersect with another flight path while you're in the air, that's like woke or whatever. Yeah, and that. No more of that. Jesus Christ. Olympians, thank you for the $5. I think we should nationalize air travel. Agreed. Test subject number 2, thank you for the very kind $20. Are you still using the Peloton or nah? Would you still recommend it? Yeah, I would. Look, gamifying an indoor bike won't help you if you don't like using an indoor bike. But if you do want to use an indoor bike, then yeah, I think that a Peloton is great. And I think that gamifying it does help. But at the end of the day, an indoor bike is an indoor bike, you know? The physical experience of indoor biking is going to remain pretty much the same no matter what. Eddie666, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Look, flower circle designs for my kimono. Wonderful. Not entirely sure what to make of this with regard to the kimono, but I think these are lovely flower designs. Like, actually very, very nice. Very pretty. Thank you. Sarah Sloth, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Really appreciate this. I really appreciate that. Sorry. Unprompted show recommendation. You know, really appreciate this and really appreciate that have totally different connotations, even though they mean exactly the same thing in this context, you know? Really is the difference between semantic meaning and social meaning, right? Because if I say really appreciate that, that sounds normal. If I say really appreciate this, it sounds like you're like specifically helping me out or like I'm reaching out to you with appreciation, you know? They're referring to the same thing. Basically what I'm saying is agua. Thank you. Unprompted show recommendation. I think you and your audience would enjoy Sense 8. Sense 8. I'm pretty sure I've heard of this. What is it? What is it? Oh, why do I have crumbs? I didn't clear crumbs off my desk after I had a biscuit yesterday. Sense 8. Sense 8. Heavy with LGBTQ themes. Yeah, I don't think I'd watch it then. Sorry. It was good? Okay, okay. Sense 8, the trans girl show. Wow, spoilers? You know what I'm waiting for? You know how all of the trans people in real life, well, I live in Seattle, so I'm biased. All the trans people in real life, parentheses, Seattle, and also online are like cool gay rocker people. Like they're somewhere on the spectrum, literally, but also the spectrum between being like a techie computer nerd gamer type and being like a slutty club goer type. You know what I'm talking about? Many such cases, right? Like at the very least, there's disproportionate representation within these communities, you know? But none of that shit ever comes out in like their rep on TV or games. Or maybe only in like the indie stuff, like the small, you know, like the small team will talk about it like it is kind of way. I feel like so often it's all like, I don't want to say assimilationist stuff because that's really mean. And there's nothing wrong with being trans and wanting to just fit in is also kind of a mean way of saying it. I don't know, not loudly broadcast the fact that you're queer, but there definitely is like a schism there. You know what I mean? All trans women in media are AGP. Thank you for saying it in a way that I couldn't. Thank you for saying it with a moral clarity that I could never reach myself. I appreciate that. That's true. Yes. Trans women in media are all Well, actually, wouldn't it be the opposite? Wouldn't most of the representations of trans women in media be HSTS, because it's like we have to represent them in their best light, and the best light in this case means in the most like normative way possible? Because the club scene is AGP as hell, but what people don't tell you is that everyone's a little AGP when they're at the club. What are you doing at the club if you're not feeling a little AGP, you know? The trans woman in Sense8 isn't a sex worker, she's a hacker. Yeah, so she's on the other end of the spectrum that I described. I literally described the like slutty club goer to computer nerd spectrum, and you're like, well, she's on the other side, okay. I was talking to someone in chat, you goof. Oh. Thank you, Sarah Sloth. Classic Guy, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Do you think Chicago's cooked for the next mayoral election? I have no idea. Brandon Johnson's definitely left a bad taste in people's mouths, but I do not know enough about him or like the coming race to really have a position on it, to be honest. Senua Psychosis, thank you for the $5. I wish the new game was Trench Crusade, the new Total War game. Listen, if Trench Crusade does well, maybe it will get a video game adaptation, you know? That could be pretty cool. Tristan KW5, thank you for the $5. Did anything ever come from net neutrality? Net neutrality was more or less preserved, you know? The basic like policy tenets of net neutrality, if I remember correctly, were altered somewhat, but not in a manner significant enough to end net neutrality as we understood it. I gotta have answers for what AGP means, and I trust that. AGP means autogynephile. It's a Blanchardism. It's the pseudoscientific belief that trans women are motivated by a sexual attraction to their own femininity. That it's a kink thing, basically. And this is contrasted against the model trans woman, which is HSTS, or a heterosexual transsexual, who is not at all attracted to femininity and does what women are supposed to do and fucks men, you know? All cis women are AGP. That's facts. Scheherazadian, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Linked it earlier, but Texas is trying to sue MyChart for letting teens not share medical records with parents. It's very blatantly about trans kids. That's crazy. Compelling MyChart to turn that data over? I don't even know how you would do that. How the fuck does that even work? Homosexual, transsexual? Yeah, but that's not woke, guys. That's crazy. I need to look more into that. And Kowalski, thank you for the $5. Was this? Why can't I full screen shit, man? Why the fuck does Instagram suck so much on desktop? 100 pound dumbbell decline press? That rules. I wish I had an incline and decline bench. I've only got a flat one. There aren't many exercises that I can do. Okay, not a press. Doing the crunches. The crunches. Looking good. I better not work out too much or I'll reach a point where my up to 55 pound adjustable dumbbells aren't going to do that much. That's some sick core strength. Yeah, I gotta get into it. Looking good. Looking good. My back hurts from looking at that. That shouldn't hurt your back. I mean, you know, it would strain, but it shouldn't hurt. Session Amaro, thank you for the 50 pesos. Snorecore, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Martin, still alive, thank you for the $2 donos. And Martin, thank you again for the $5 donos. Dono. All Ace Combat games are similar gameplay design, but Ace Combat 7's story has a random part where a guy decides to abduct 2 little girls out of nowhere. It is a Japanese game, right? Pale Magpie, thank you for the 10 pounds. My wife is Chinese and she looks like a doll. Okay, all right, okay. Listen, all right. I have been close to Chinese women, and I'm pretty sure they have pores too. I'm reasonably confident that they have pores as well. Okay, well, I'm just saying there's a double standard in how they're depicted. All right. She doesn't like the West. Who does? Ghost of Avalon, thank you for the very kind $10. Really appreciate that. Indict them all? It's never gonna fucking happen. Rescriptor, Martin and Martin again. Thank you for the $2 all. Ready or Not got heavily censored by payment processors. Yes, I remember that. And this is a reminder to donate to PV. Even better than donating, you can sign up for their membership, you know, and with a small monthly contribution, you get a shiny card and the knowledge that you're contributing to something good in this blighted world. Phew. All right, folks, we ran kind of late today, but in fairness, the first 2 hours of stream were spent, you know, rambling over the Game Awards, so fair's fair. Everyone, take care, have a wonderful day, and I'll see you tomorrow. Sound good? Does that sound fair? Is that a reasonable mutual expectation that you have a good day and I show up tomorrow? Because I feel pretty good. The cough's gone. You know, don't want to jinx it, but no, I will not see you tomorrow. Well, whatever, man. No, I have work tomorrow. Well, I thought maybe I won't show up tomorrow then. Maybe